I feel a little bad about being so mean to Fox last time, so why don't we make something in his honor instead? For this, we're going to start with some Scotch whiskey, and we'll be mixing it with Hypnotic. What we're about to do is called a sin. Nice whiskey lovers, feel free to turn the video off now. And we'll be cutting it today with some... Sprite. You can use regular Sprite. I'm using Sprite Zero because I'm fat. Jolly. I'm jolly. It's not important. Don't worry about it. As always, we'll be using a shot glass for measurement. Remember to please drink responsibly. We begin by apologizing to the whiskey gods and pouring one shot of the Scotch. We then further desecrate the 12-year Macallan with 2 shots of Hypnotic. We cut it with 1 shot of the Sprite. And if you're looking for an extra kick, feel free to drop a fireball in. If it fits. Let's go with a half. And so, the drink is complete. The G Diffuser. Come on. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the D-Pad. I'm Rick, and... there we go. That's better. This is Super Smash Bros. Melee. Where... I need to switch my little audio thing real quick before I forget. There we go. Hopefully that's not like all desynced and weird or anything. Hopefully everything is doing what it's supposed to. Fantastic. Okay. But yeah, so... my monitor wants to be strange right now. There we go. Yeah, so if you have been tuning in, well, 2 things. One, to our previous streams. One... we don't have a Getting Smashed at the start of this one on Twitch. I'm in the process of editing it, but I kind of want to take a second swing at it. I'm not super happy with how that one came out. So rather than just forcing it for the hell of it, I might reshoot that and just add it to the VOD afterwards. The drink for today came out looking... oh, that's going to look unrecognizable on there. It's blue, but it's kind of like a dark teal, like a deep aquamarine. And I was shooting for more of like a cyan, so when you see the VOD, you'll notice that this is much darker than that, more than likely. Definitely got a kick to it. I gotta take that one nice and slow. But yeah, so the other big thing, if you've been following along, is last time we were in here, we finished off. Not only did we finish off adventure mode in terms of what we need to get for, like, basic trophies, like beat adventure mode with such and such character, beat them with all characters. Now, we also took a swing through the trophy lottery. As you can see, we are down to substantially fewer trophies than we were last time. We have 24 left to go, and I believe 6 of them are ones that have specific goals, and the other 18 are going to be randomly achieved, most likely through the trophy lottery. So what's left for us to do here, we have 5 trophies, 5 trophies that we can get by way of doing some specific things. There's one of them that which one is missing from my list right? Oh, no, that's 6. I miscounted a thing on there. So yeah, we have 6 of these that need to be done through certain things. The Olimar one I'm going to save for the very, very end of all of this, more than likely. The big one, the one we're going to focus on first today, though, is we want to make more progress towards the Discoon trophy, which you get by getting all 249 bonuses over the course of the game. And so we're essentially going to try to set some of these up as like things that we can just get in versus mode matches. Why is my... I have a cable that went the longest possible way around everything. I feel like I'm like really low in the shot right now. I can't wait to replace this chair. I'm going to be in the market for a new chair very, very soon. So, the easiest ones here, -1, are item-based. So we're just going to go ahead and set that up. It doesn't even really matter. Let's see. Who's got a good, like, Meteor Smash? I'm trying to think, like, Ganondorf's got one. I'm talking, I think, the ones that send them vertically straight down. always been unclear on how they delineate some of those, because then there's some that like seem there's some that seem like they would be meteor smashers and they aren't. Like I think Mario has a move that sends them at like just barely an angle so it doesn't count or something, but I'll just do Ganondorf, it's fine. And my opponent, I will make for this one. Actually, no. For this one, I will have it be another player, and I'll have it be... I guess I will have to do this with this other controller. Yes, we are just straight up setting this up with the second controller. It's fine. We'll make it Kirby. Why not? We'll have Kirby be involved in all of this. So, now that that's all set, can we fuck with our items right now? Yes, we can. Time limits... Oh, no, we'll make it a stock. We'll make it a stock of 1, because all of these should be pretty easy to set up. Item switch. So, first, we want to get recovery items only. So let's just go ahead. Interesting that that's set to none. Let's set that to very high. That must have been from the end of our Let's Play of it, when Ben, no doubt, wanted none of that going on. All right, so those are our recovery ones. I don't know if food counts, so I'm going to remove food, because food has its own category. Like, there's a bonus for eating food 3 times, and having that be the only interaction. That didn't count, so I think I'm even just going to make it heart containers, just for the hell of it. Is there anything else that I can reasonably... Oh, actually, yeah, I got a good one. Let's actually change Kirby. Kirby's going to be Fox. All right. Let's take this somewhere with no stage hazards. Let's see. It's a good one that's small. I guess we could just do Fountain of Dreams, huh? That makes sense. So I want to get 3 of those recovery things. I also want to take more than 400 damage. Gonna ignore the box. Oh, they're gonna put them all in containers, aren't they? They're not gonna drop any of these. Just... That's gonna be kind of a problem if one of them explodes. Well, let's just keep it this for now. Get in there. Ooh, hello. All right. The timing is odd, because if I don't time it just right, then there's that little gap in there. I'm going like... I'm curious how big the window is, because if you go too soon or too late, then Fox reholsters his gun. All right. And actually, I'm just going to make this one. I should have done the recovery stuff first. That's okay. Very funny game. God damn it. Oh my god. There we go. All right. Just go ahead and do this just so I don't accidentally blow up one of those things. There we go. So that should get us 4 of them right there. Or 3 of them, rather. All right, so... We should have gotten 300, 350, and heavy damage. We got heavy damage. Oh, I have to do those individually? Oh, that's annoying. Okay. I don't think any of the rest of these were actually ones that... Yeah, that's fine. All right, well, Fox will be a good one to have for this. Let's not do Fountain of Dreams. Let's do... Yeah, there's not a whole lot of... I guess let's do Battlefield. Battlefield's easy enough to fuck around on. And in fact, for this one, let's just do this. That should actually get me a bonus. Whoa, God. Do we get Cliff Diver? No Cliff Diver. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why. Maybe I have to take a hit to actually get Cliff Diver. Huh. All right. Fair enough, game. Okay. Let's do Battlefield again. This time I'll try to get some recovery stuff before we start doing the damage, just because. All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we do this. All right. Just don't want any of these blowing up, you know. God damn it! Can we like not? Let's go over here. But yeah, so we're working down our oh my god, can I get this rhythm? Our bonuses. Oh my god, we have, how many do we actually have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 bonuses left to go. Motherfucker. Literally the second I looked away. Oh, that's not going to count, is it? Oh, it did count. Oh, thank fuck. All right. I need 350 now. And then we'll be done with that at least. All right. Jesus Christ. Ooh. That might count. We also need to do a shitload of versus matches in general, so these ending quickly is not a problem here. Shit, I didn't... Now I gotta go check. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, fuck me. Where is that? Oh, shit. All right. It's going to be kind of hard to actually find in here, considering how they do this. Oh, that's so annoying that happened. Not certain that we got it, unfortunately. Looking for Cliff Diver, which is bonus number 133. It's not looking very likely. Cliffhanger. But it'd be well after that, so I guess we didn't get it. That's fine. Select all of our shit again. Okay, good. Now let's just do it again. Need to get 350 for... Alright, let's... Can we... do that. There we go. There we go. I was like, did the battle rules reset? But no. Oh my god. I cannot get my rhythm down for some reason. So it keeps... There we go. Now we're in it. Had a good long string there. I gotta get to 350. Oh, fucking god! I didn't think that one was gonna matter. Apparently, it did. Okay, let's turn off items because that's causing us more fucking pain than anything right now. There we go. Hey, all right. I'm gonna do this. Much better. Let's see. Ooh, can I... Trying to see if I can perfect shield. Oh, projectiles don't count. Alright, well. Break an opponent's shield, I can do that really easily. Taunt 1 second after someone else does. Well, let's just... There we go. That ought to do it. Okay. Actually, wait. Can't I just... This is... Whoop. No, alright. Screw it. We'll just do it this way. All right, almost there. Okay, let's try a couple things here. I think that should count. Let's see. Let's try this. Ooh, that didn't break it. Whoop. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. But just leave him there. Don't they just fall eventually, or am I crazy? Ooh, his hand is clipping through that weird. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, 350, got that. Excellent. Brawler, precise aim. Spectator, never look back. Stiff knees. Snorri cement shoes. Shield buster. Yep. Cliffhanger. Life on the edge. We got poser. That was one that we needed. Pose breaker. That was another one. Rocksteady coward. First of all, cliff diver. Hey, we got it. All right. Sweet. Excellent. Okay, that brings us down to 15 bonuses. I don't think that we got any over here. Sucker smashes first stiff knees. Shattered shield. Shield saver. No. Yeah, those all seem fine. Okay, yeah, so we're down to 15 bonuses to go. Let's see. Well, first of all, let's turn some items back on, because now we need... Oh, yeah, did I get Wimp on that other one? I totally fucking spaced. I guess let's... Oh, no. Well, I don't know, maybe. I'll turn him back on. We'll just do it again. It's fine. We'll see if I can do some perfect shields while we're in here. This. Don't know if any of those counted. Well, let's my god. I'm gonna have to... Oh, no! Move that over there so it stops making noise on the desk. Let's see. Did we get Wimp? We got Wimp. All right, cool. Did we get... Power Shielder? I don't think we did. No. All right, so that's one that we're going to have to kind of figure out there. Put a flower on his head at the end of a timed match. Let's make that 1 minute, I guess. Boop, 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 boop. Let's also use somebody else at long last here. Let's do Kirby. Seems fine. What else can I do here? Oh, actually, let's put Super Scope on there as well. There we go. Alright, we'll put this somewhere where we can find a safe little corner that we're not going to get hit. Yeah, that seems generally fine. Okay, no, this will work. Okay, Super Scope. All right. Right here. Nope. Oh, god damn it. Move. Okay. Whoop. This is not going according to plan. Whoop. Well, shit. I don't think that's going to do it. I think I did too much damage with the... Oh, Jesus. Well, ironically, this will make it easier for me to do the other thing. Ah, fuck it. I'll pick a better spot where there's not like a weird ramp doing its thing. The one I was looking for there was just called Super Scoper. No. Okay. About what I expected. This thing didn't vibrate so fucking loud. I'll have Kirby hold it. Kirby will hang out nearby and he'll hang on to this controller so it stops rumbling anytime stuff happens there. Perfect. Where are we going? Let's see. Let's head to... somewhere with a vertical wall where it's going to actually just work normally. I guess go back here and I'll just move to the left side there. That should do. Oh, god damn it. Nope. Hey. God damn it. No, don't go that way. No, I don't want you dying. At 47. Oh my fucking Christ. Oh, fuck. Perfect. Oh, damn it. Didn't get there in time. I didn't expect I was going to be just sitting with a controller in my lap tonight, but everywhere else I can put it is going to make it rumble so loud. Shit. Ah! Please let me go back. Oh, thank God. Super Scoper. Yes. Christ. All right. Perfect. Now we gotta do the same thing more or less with a ray gun. Boom, 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 boom. This one, thankfully, I just have to empty one gun, so that's not too bad. Right there. All right. Here we go. Get in there. I know how to do it. All right, now I just got to get myself a lipstick. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Put a flower on an enemy's head. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Hope that counts, even though we got the sudden death here. Guess I could kill him once first and then do that. Bow. Alright, so we got whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. What are we looking for? A gardener finish. Yes, and laser marksman. Hey, all right. So now let's see. The last reasonable item one that we have left is weightlifter, which is just holding heavy shit a lot. It's very unclear on what that means. But I guess I'll just put party balls in. They're heavy. And I guess we'll just see how that goes. I don't even think I necessarily have to, like, win. It's just a matter of, like, picking one up and hanging on to it for a while. I'm just going to carry it as far over to the side as I can. Let's see if we can get all the way across in 1 minute. The race begins. It's just shit's just falling everywhere. Is Kirby walking in time with the music? He's a little bit fast, but he's almost in perfect sync with the music. Alright. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keeping it moving. I'm gonna walk this way for a sec.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. Sudden death. Go.
Yeah. All right. So, did we get that? We're looking for a weightlifter. Yes, weightlifter. Excellent. So the only other item one is Mew Catcher, which I'm not going to worry about right this second, because now I need to set up some other shit. Drop through soft platforms around 12 times per minute. You can just go to Battlefield and just do that, I think, right? At this point, well, if we're ever going to have items, they're going to be Pokeballs at this point. But for right now, I'm going to turn them off. Actually, no, I'll turn them on. No, I'll turn them off right now. Let's go somewhere with a lot of platforms. This one probably has the most. And also, let's pick someone who is less floaty, because I want to be quick about this. Yeah, let's give... I think these are drop-through platforms. I don't know if this counts. We'll do that a couple times there. All right, and then we'll just go back to these again. Know him well. He's finally back to kick some tail. I can't believe that they like covered and remixed this song for this game. So ridiculous. He's the first member of the DK crew. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is here. All right. So that one is hopefully going to be Floor Diver. Floor Diver, hey. Excellent. There's another one that we're about to do called Floored, and this one is you have to take over 200 damage from floors. And I think, so the recommendation is usually to go do Mute City for this, but I think, because as it's like moving, you can kind of drop down and... Oh, I can't drop straight down through that. All right. All right. We can take as many deaths as we desire. I am going to need to do it a little faster than this, though. Come on. All right. 70. 88. Okay. Doing all right. 125. Still got to go faster than that. Come on. I'm actually going to do this just so that I can reset. So I need 74 more percent. Oh, God damn it. I don't think that counts as taking damage from floors. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I didn't think this was going to be... Oh, come on, stop hitting that. One more. That ought to do it. Perfect. All right. So I'm looking for Floored. Floored. Hey. All right. Boom. Okay. So this one's going to be a little bit interesting because I have to set up a couple things here. Let's see. Have more than 3 self-destructs and more than twice the self-destructs of the second place finisher. So for this, we're going to go ahead and get some computer characters in here. And I'm going to throw myself off a lot. Where's a good place to set up self-destructs? I guess Mute City, right? Like... Yeah... Either Mute City or Rainbow... Let's do Mute City. That's 1. 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, and now. All right. Now we just wait. I do wish this was slightly less like... This feels like it feels like cheating, but some of these are so specific that it feels like it would take an eternity to get them like by accident, you know? All right, that should do it. All right. This one should be called Self-Destructor. Oh, whoop, that's that there. Self-Destructor. It's right at the bottom there. There we go. Excellent. Now, the last one of these is Power Shielder, and that's perfect shield at least 3 times in 1 minute. Projectiles do not count. So, I feel like the best way to do this is to, like, set up some really high-level enemies and just spend the entire match shielding. Like, we'll just try that and see how it goes. Okay, stop grabbing me, though. Nope. Oop. They're doing a lot more grabbing than I was really anticipating. All right, let's get out of here. Let's reset. Nope. Whatever. I keep hearing the thunks, which make me believe that I am getting some perfect shields in there. Jesus. Oh, hilarious. Oh, you guys are lasting a long-ass time for sudden death. Game! Alright, did I get Power Shielder? Ooh, no. Okay. When they say perfect shield, are they talking like a full parry? Let's put Fox out here again. So let's see. Now... for this one... we're going to do... all ground. Let's do it in Final Destination. So we have B, down B. Okay, I need you to get up though. Side B, up B. I don't think the air ones matter. A, up A, smash up A, down A, smash down A. Jesus Christ. Side A, smash side A. Just drop. Okay. Grab, down throw. Grab, up throw. Grab, forward throw. Grab, beat him. Back throw. I don't know if the charge ones count. So that should be all ground. No. Okay. Let's up the time. I need more time. Let's make it 3 minutes just to give ourselves a little bit more room here. Can I set it to endless and then... I mean, this is fine. I'm just like not sure if I take off the time, if that will do something odd there, you know? Okay, so we have A. There's no difference in any timing on that. Forward A, smash forward A. Whoop. Charge forward A. All right. Up A, smash up A. Charge smash up A. Down A. Charge. Whoop. There we go. Is that it for A? I think that's it for A. Grab. Beat him up. Up throw. Down throw. Forward throw. Backward throw. Okay. B. Down. Whoop. Down B. Side B. Up B. What am I missing? What am I missing? Did I throw down? I don't remember if I threw down. Oh, yeah, you got to do combos, too. I think that works. Well, let's also do C-stick moves, just in case. Oh, yeah, one of them is that, and then you got to get to 100. Yeah, this is like, some of these are like nuts. Here we go. I think that's all of them. Now, I can also try to do my air ones. I think in the air you can't do... I think that's everything. I'm not sure. All in one is going to be a pain. I hope I just got it. All aerial. Hilarious. But not all ground? Really? What did I miss on the ground? Oh, fuck. Hang on one sec here. Let's see. Did neutral, forward, up, down, A combo, forward smash. All right, back smash, up smash, down smash, neutral B, forward B, back B, up, down, throw all directions. Oh, shit. Yep, I know what I forgot. Oh, that sucks. I forgot dash attacks. Like running moves. That was frustrating. Whoops. All right. Well, I got all aerial, though, so if I can repeat that, then we'll be all set. We should get all ground and all in one at the same time. All right. Let's do the air ones first. So, in the air, A, forward, oop. Forward A, back A, down A, up A. Okay. A, forward A, smash forward A. And just in case, we'll do a charge one too. Let's drop. All right, so down A, smash down A, charge smash down A. Up A. Whoop. Smash up A. Charge smash up A. Get up. Let's see. So now. There we go. Side B. Regular B. Down B. Alright, fine. Up B. Need grabs. Beat him up. Up throw. Down throw. Forward throw. Back throw. Got got a ledge attack. And then we got to do damage ledge attack. Then I think that's it. I'll double check the list after that. Nice. There we go. All right. Move forward, back, up, down. Oh, a combo. There we go. That'll do it. Little smashes. I don't know if I did a back kick here, so let's do that just in case. All the throws. Actually. I think that's all of them. I got all on one. Okay. It's very possible that I need to not do the aerial ones to get all ground. That's fine. Did I get lethal weapon? No. That's going to be an interesting one. I may have to, like, not miss for that one to work properly. Okay. We're now down to 6 bonuses remaining. All right, let's do that again. We'll do all the ground ones now. So, A, forward tilt, forward smash. Down tilt, down smash. Up tilt, up smash. Let's see, in a sec. B, side B. Down B. Up B. Dash. Grab. Beat up. Throw up. Throw down. Throw back. Throw forward. What did I miss? Oh, a combo. I keep forgetting that. There we go. I think that's everything, so we'll give this a minute here to do its thing. There we go. A quick message from Sarah downstairs. Let's see. Is there anything else that I can do like right now while we're... Oh, actually, what I should be doing is a bunch of this. Because this will get me coins. And I need Smash coins, both for trophies and for the Tom Nook trophy, specifically, which you get by getting 1,000 Smash coins. 3, a 2, a 1. Some Smolians. Mission complete! Did we get it? All ground. Hey, all right. All right, so now it's going to start getting a little bit more interesting. So we're down to 5. Lethal weapon. Hit opponents using a wide variety of attacks. That's kind of a... It's kind of an odd one there. Let's see. Set your damage ratio to... Okay, there's... Someone's figured out like a strategy for this. We're going to try it out. Set the damage ratio to 0.5. Then pick a 2-minute coin match. This is to avoid sudden death. Okay. Pick 2 characters, easiest with 2 human players. Use your 3 smash attacks, 5 air attacks, and 4 special moves on the other non-moving player without killing him. When the time runs out, you should have this bonus. Make sure you don't use any moves other than the ones mentioned above. Okay. Where's a good place to set this up? Let's see. 3 smash attacks, up, down, and forward. 5 air attacks, standard up, down, left, right. And 4 special moves. So the 4 B moves, 5 aerials, and the 3 smashes, and nothing else. Yeah, we're down to... We have 5 bonuses left, and 2 of them are just going to be annoying to set up, and the other 3 are like vague in their well, that's not true. 2 of them are vague in their description. 1 of them is just a pain in the ass. So let's see how we do here. Okay. Down. Up. Back. B. Down B. Forward B. And up B. And now I think we just wait. I don't understand why it's defined like this. I guess it's the idea that it's all your most powerful moves, because you use your 3 smashes. There's not really a weak aerial or a weak special. Generally, at least not here. Well, that's not entirely true. Donkey Kong and Samus both have technically weak specials, but... Or ones that they're able to do weakly. So I think we just wait it out now. It's don't repeat any moves. Yeah, which is weird because like, so this is for lethal weapon, which is odd because that's not what the description sounds like. And for lethal weapon, the strategy that they've come up with involves making sure that you don't kill the other player. So your lethal weapon is not lethal. That's so bizarre. I don't understand. I wonder if the idea is you have to do all of your strongest sort of attacks in a single stock of your enemy or something?
3, 2, 1, time! Mission complete!
No lethal weapon. Huh. Your 3 smash attacks, up, down, forward. Am I dumb? Did I not do my up and down? I might have not done my up and down. I'll try that one more time. I'm going to make it a 1-minute match. I did not need that much time. Hello, Alex Britz. Hello, hello. Welcome. Forward, up, and down. All right, now B, down B, side B, and up B. And now the aerials. Once he gets up. A, forward A, back A, up A, and down A. So that's all of them. So that should do it according to the guide. Oh man, look at them worry lines. I'm very worried. Get in line. If you're worried, get in line. Queue up. Queue it up. Didn't feel very lethal. How? What? Like, okay. Whatever you say, game. I'm not going to argue with you. Very weird. Very, very weird. So the next one is Climactic Clash. Which seems to be you just do your attacks in order. The question is, which order is the correct one for it? Like, I assume it'd be A, forward A, dash A, and then smash A. So A, your attack. So neutral A, tilt A, dash A, smash A, and then maybe a charge A. Shoot. Give it a shot. I don't know. I got to do a bunch of coin matches anyway, so I don't have to kill with this. So, new car. Hey, kudos. It's a pain in the ass, but it's nice to have a car as the result. It's not bad. There we go. And now we're just going to do this for the rest. Wonder if that background is using multiple copies of the same layer. Those two stars look a little eerie together. I guess there's not a duplicated one in the background there in the middle. It's so interesting to me because there's some elements of this that I'm like, oh, I could totally do this. With enough time, I could more or less replicate exactly what's going on in that background. It's neat. The ghosting effect on the platform underneath, though, that's pretty rad. The little vertical bits that are ghosting off of the platform as it spins. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, my last car was a 2000 model, so I can certainly relate on that front. Climactic Clash, should we get it? No. Nice. How many? Maybe it's got to be a certain number in a row, or maybe you have to do increasing amounts of damage. Let's see if I can find something here, because I could bang my head on this for a while. Oh man, oh no. Someone on Neo Seeker is so confident in their thing here, and they're like, oh man, I found them all. Here's a list of all. Oh, there it is. I must have typed the thing in. Climactic Clash wasn't turning up, and I was like, huh. Try using Jigglypuff. All right, I'll try that. Standing A, followed by Tilt A, Uncharged Smash. Finally kill them with Down B. Okay, I can try that. Oh, would the death have actually mattered? Okay. They also suggest fighting a large player just to be sure that you can achieve it properly. Do that. So A, tilt A, smash A, down B. Let's give it a shot. There we go. All right, and now we'll just wait. Let's do this a bunch. Success, 15-year upgrade. Okay, cool. I'm hoping I started the process on getting my license renewed. I have to actually take another driver's test because I let it sit for so long because pandemic happened, and I was like, I'm not going to the fucking RMV. God, no. Absolutely no chance of me sitting in that fucking room. And then, lo and behold, it turns out when your license expires, there's an amount of time where you can renew it easily, after which you have to renew it the hard way. And I am in the hard way zone in a big way. You know? Time. All right. Did I get... So, what the hell is a climactic clash? Yay! That counted! Okay. So, we now have one bonus in each of three kind of categories. I had these separate into categories before. The first is specific attacks, which is flying meteor. Hit a reeling enemy with a meteor smash. That's going to be a little annoying. Maybe a level 1 computer is better because they can freely move back or something. Non-attacks. Power shielder. Perfect shield at least 3 times in 1 minute. Projectiles do not count. Also going to be a little bit weird to set up. And then the last one is release Mew from a Pokeball, which if that's the last bonus... sorry. That's not the absolute last bonus. There's also the no damage clear. These are the bonuses that I can get from Versus Mode. Let's see. Pick a couple of human players in a 1-minute time match. Now attack with one controller shield with the other as soon as the attack hits. Faint white explosion-looking pattern and a different noise. Alright, well... And you do want to click it, too. Okay, well... Let's put the Mario Brothers to the task. And we'll see how we do here. Let's go here, because we can make a wall happen. All right, go there. Let's give it a sec here. There we go. It's kind of hard to time this properly. There we go. Now we're getting it. And I lost it. That'll do. I hope, anyway. I hope that'll do. Power shielder? Power shielder! Hey! So now we're down to Flying Meteor and Mew Catcher. Oh boy. Oh boy. So they suggest play a sudden death match with 2 human players. Stock 1. One of them use Young Link and the other Kirby. Play on the Brinstar level that has the yellow acid in it. Move Kirby to the edge of the left platform so he's almost falling off. Wait until the acid rises twice. Now walk Kirby off the edge, then jump off after him and use Link's down A attack. Kirby should hit the acid, bounce straight up, then hit Link's sword and get sent flying off the screen. You should have the bonus. All right. You know what? I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes. They said a sudden death, I think. It's an interesting notion. I think we'll have to do... Yeah, we're going to have to do... unless additional rules has it. No. We have to go to special melee. Super sudden death. Koibi. That. Let's also get our damage ratio back. Cool. Green Star. This right here? Through the edge of the left platform, so he's almost falling off. Okay. I don't know how the hell... I would need a second... I'm just going to try to time this with one. Oh, nope. What if I just do it here? Ah, oh, damn it. Timed that badly. Oh, and there was enough time over here, too. Nah, it's not going to fly. What's the one I'm looking for? Flying Meteor? Yeah, it's not happening there. Okay. We'll try that again. All right. Kirby over there. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So I think we need to wait for this to go the third time, and then it'll be good. That's number 2. Next one's going to be the one. Oh, I did it too early. Oh, shit. Oh, no! Damn it. Ah, okay, we'll do the one down below. Oh, well, I guess that works. I'm gonna say, does this reset the thing? I think it does. Next one will do it if I live long enough. Oh, fuck you, game. All right, let's do that again. All right. Now. One more. Oh, I was a little bit late. Just a hair late on that. I missed! Oh, I was a little bit to the right. nuggets. Yeah, this is Flying Meteor. This one's going to be... Oh, I got it! Holy shit, that actually worked? I was fairly certain that I missed with that. Not complaining. I'm going to take it. Holy shit. All right. So now comes the fun. Yeah, it's Mew time. We need to do an absolutely, like, ridiculous amount of... Not an absolutely ridiculous. We need to do a lot of coin matches. So, I'm just going to do a bunch of them, and then after I start getting bored, I'm going to check how many I've done. And we're going to turn Pokeballs on very high, and we're going to go to Final Destination. Oh, I didn't need to make it super sudden death. That was kind of dumb. Doesn't really matter, but... Oh, damn it. That was stupid. Some coins. The actual coins in the coin matches don't matter for anything. Go. Ironically, the rate that these are coming in actually feels like less than the... it's not as bad now. I was going to say it feels less than the actual Pokemon battle in adventure mode, but... Oop, shit. Also, I don't think there's any faster way to do coin battles. I think you have to do a minimum of 1 minute per. I actually... No, I could probably do a stamina match. I just have to figure out... I don't know. I'm trying to remember if Lightning Melee also speeds up the... Oh, that's gonna be stupid. Let's just do this. Play as Kirby. Alright. What I was wondering was, does this also speed up the timer at all? And that I don't know. Ugh. Oh my god. Come on. If nothing else, it should make the Pokeballs appear quicker, which is nice. Oh, shit. Scissor. Yeah. No luck so far. Okay. Guess we just keep on going. We're just going to keep doing it. We need to do a bunch of these matches anyway, so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll have a Fett. Someday. Ah. Come on, Mew. Be in here somewhere, please. We got Celebi like 4 times in one stream. And we haven't gotten Mew once. Oh, damn it. Oh, give me a break. Five, four, three. Alright. I suppose I can make the... Oh, no. If I make it a computer character, they might pick up the Pokeball, which is not good. Don't want that. Once we got Mew Catcher, we will probably move to, like, I don't know, super sudden death coin matches. Because, again, it doesn't matter how many coins happen, just that the match happens. I could also technically do a stock 1 match and just die. God damn it. Nope, still nothing. Ah, fuck. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop. Nope, Charizard. Ugh. Let's do it again. I believe there will also be a message and trophy when we hit 100 coin matches. Yeah, there's a trophy for it, so... Ironically, the trophy for doing coin matches is a Smash Coins trophy, which, like, these coins are not Smash Coins, and then getting a bunch of Smash Coins gets you a different trophy. Okay. Come on, Mew. Somewhere in here. You gotta be kidding me. Jesus. When I go for Mew, I go with 99 stock matches. Yeah, I mean, I probably would do something similar to that, except I also need to do 100 coin matches. So I need to churn through these at the same time, and while this is slightly annoying, I would have to be doing this part anyway. So I figure I may as well do them both at the same time. Alright. Though again, this has been going better than I anticipated, so... Jesus. Pikachu's getting legend fucked over there. Jesus. Getting legendaries for days, but I can't fucking... Fucking goddamn. Fuck. Just on the off chance that I didn't see it and it happened anyway. No. There was a lot, and none of them were Mew. Perfect. Holy cow. Let's do it. Great. Come on, Mew. You're in here somewhere. Don't be an ass. Whoops. Whoop. God damn. Nope. Yeah. There are so many fucking more. Did we actually get over 1,000 now? Because this would have been back when there were 251. Did we actually successfully get over 1,000 with Gen 9? I hope number 1,000 is something good. I remembered seeing... I forget why. I think I was looking up, like... I think after the Fantina battle, I was looking up Ghost type. And there are some Pokemon that don't have numbers, and I'm curious if that's more to do with either there's no national dex in Paldea, or It just hasn't gotten added to a bunch of resources yet or something. Although, even if that were the case, even if there were no official number, I feel like it'd be easy enough to just take the order that they show up in the Paldea... Oh, hi, Goomba. In the Paldea decks and just put them in that order with, like, an asterisk, right? Jesus, fuck me. Ugh. Sheesh. But there is actually... Oh, okay, cool. Nice. So there will be official numbers for that. That's good. Paldea order was basically the real order, except to put all the new evolutions of old mons at the end. Which, whoops, did that wrong. Which, I guess kind of makes sense. I feel like they did similar with... I mean, I guess that was because Platinum was Platinum, but a bunch of stuff along those lines wound up being really late in the decks in Gen 4, too, if I recall. Whoop, all right. Oh, whoop, wasn't trying to do that. I'd be sad if that was a Mew. Oh my god. Damn it. Well, at least we're getting something done at the same time. I'd feel much worse if we were literally just trying to get this without something else goal-wise happening at the same time. Oh my god, Pikachu. Oh god. Pikachu, why? Man, Scizor can't fucking stop here. Scizor and Electrode are just all over this shit. Alright. Just in case. Nope. All right, we'll do it again. There we go. It's like behind me a little bit. All right. We will persevere. I mean, it would help if we got more Pokeballs. There you go, that'll do. Jesus Christ. This is like nuts. And I know that we have unlocked Mew. Like, we definitely did. It happened on stream. Damn it, couldn't throw it in time. Number 1000, Victini 2. Oh, the arena stuff was nuts. I think that was, what, like 9 hours between 2 streams? That was ridiculous. Hey, we got it. I also appreciate that its appearance is more or less like Pokemon Snap Mew. Now I can just fuck around for the rest of this match. It's basically just doing the same shit I was doing before, but with less stress. Actually, let's do some squats. Alright. You weren't watching a lot of the previous stuff for... Yeah, no, I wasn't watching almost anything for... I think I saw the original trailer and that was it. Otherwise, I did not pay attention to any of the pre-release stuff for Scarlet and Violet. Which is usually how I do it with Pokemon. I know I got the Mew catcher. Usually it says something too, doesn't it? It comes back and like, you saw the mystical Pokemon Mew or some... Oh, I guess not. All right. Okay, so... Let's go to our lottery again, because we should have picked up... Huh. Well, let's use them. Oh, boy. Oh, that's right. Yes, you're totally right. We did see that when we saw it the first time. Okay, so... Let's see. Bow, bow, bow. So let's see. We have a bunch of trophies we need to get from the lottery, and for that we need coins. I guess I'll just fuck around. Time to do coin matches and just stand there. Yes and no. We are going to do... It's tricky because I need to do 100 coin battles. Actually, let's take a look and see what our actual, like, isn't there... Okay, versus playtime versus play match total. So we've done 240 versus matches. We have to do 1,000 of those. So that's going to be fun. I believe coin matches count. We've done 20 of those. We need to do 80 more. Sudden death coin battle seems to be basically the way to go. The problem is, I also need to be getting smash coins, the ones that you can use to buy trophies. And the way you do that is by using smash inputs in a match. Which means super sudden death is fine for the coin matches, because it'll get it done quickly. But, oh, actually, sudden death coin battle, it won't make a difference. I mean, it'll be fine. The trick is there's no way... No, what I need to do, sudden death... Oh, yeah, because coin battle means you're not doing... Coin battle can only be by time, so it has to be a minute apiece. There's no way to make that faster. So we're going to do a lightning one, because that does make it faster. And that's going to be the only way that this works. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I should have turned off Pokeballs. So we just do... Doesn't even matter if I do that. But yeah, I want to say that this is the way to get smash coins. Is just crouching over and over and over again. Or rather, I mean, you can do any smash input, but this is the fastest one. And I may need to make the matches longer than a minute, too. So the other question I have is, so that's not 6 coins, that's 6/10 of a coin. And I don't know if those also count. I think I could do it with both controllers, because I think it's a combined thing. That's a good point. Well, let's do this so that fuck's sake. There we go. Just want to make sure, and now... Oh my god. Recommends either diving back and forth or just doing this. This is going to get weird at this point. And annoyingly, it's like, oh, maybe I should just focus on doing coin matches and then do this after. But it's like, I can't make the coin matches go any faster than this. So I may as well do this at the same time. Let's see what that got us. Hopefully more than one coin. Exactly one coin. Oh, boy. Yeah, Classic and Adventure will also give us a bunch. But again, I still have to do these coin battles, so I may as well just do this at the same time. Like, again, there's nothing that I'm going to be able to do that's going to make this go any faster. I need 1,000 in total. I figure I'll just do this for the duration of the coin matches, and then I will just probably start making my way into... Yeah. Start making my way back into... Because I have to do no damage clears and shit. I have to do a whole bunch of extra clears in one-player mode. So if I'm going to be needing to do that, then I can focus on those and then do a bunch of versus matches at the very end of it all. Oh, boy. This is my life now. My hands are already not happy with this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The other annoying thing, to my knowledge, there's no way in-game to actually see how many Smash coins you've collected. The only way that you will know when you've gotten it is that a message will appear that says that you did. Like if I go back... And yeah, for the most part, we're at the end of Melee. I don't think this is going to give me anything. So there's coin match total, but they don't give you total number of coins. There's our trophy total, 266. Yeah. Power count. What is that? I don't know what power count means. Yeah, like it would be roughly twice as fast in terms of like getting, you know, a couple of how many times have you turned the game on? Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny. There we go. There we go. So there's no, again, there's no way to go faster through the coin matches than we're doing. We have to do about 77 more of those. 76 after this one. And after that, I think we'll start moving back towards one-player mode for a little bit. This is the probably the most bizarre shit I think that I've ever done for the sake of 100% completion of a game. I can't think of a weirder thing that I've done. The only ones that I can think are even close are like the 2-hour bonus star in Braid. Yeah, I legit can't think of a weirder one, actually. Oh, boy. So I guess we'll have to see where we're at around midnight. We'll probably be in the ballpark of, like, 85, 90 or something like that. Of the coin matches. The all point bonuses one is weird. Yeah, that's basically what I'm working on. Well, I'm kind of done with it now. There's one bonus left, and it's I have to clear one of the one-player modes without taking any damage. I've gotten all other 248 bonuses besides that one. All right. Yeah, what do I have left? I have complete adventure mode on hard or very hard without continues. Complete classic adventure or all-star mode without taking damage. Complete classic mode on very hard with a stock of 1. Complete adventure mode on very hard. Complete adventure mode on very hard with a stock of 1. Complete all-star mode on very hard. So I have to beat each of them on very hard. The ones that have stock I have to do with a stock of 1. And adventure mode I also have to do... I guess with adventure mode, a stock of 1 also means no continues. So like that kind of fills that in. But I also have to do one of those with no damage. I can do easy mode, and we did find a path to that. And that might even be the one, if there's time tonight, that I tackle. Because we discovered that all-star mode, very easy with Jigglypuff. You can up-throw basically everyone. And that'll make it at least relatively doable. We have 1,000 versus matches, which, with the help of super sudden death, we can make that faster than this at the very least. 100 coin matches, which we're probably around like 26, 27 of those in at the moment. And I have to get our one remaining bonus, like that'll be already kind of looped in there anyway. I have to have save data from Pikmin for the Captain Olimar trophy, which I have Pikmin. I haven't put it in yet. I was actually debating at one point, before Pokemon Violet wound up in there, I was debating having the very last thing I do be either turning on Pikmin for the sake of getting the trophy and then playing Pikmin, or literally going, all right, guys, I got one trophy left to go, and then doing a full playthrough of Pikmin, like a full set of streams for Pikmin, and then turning Smash Brothers back on at the very end of it, which I thought would be kind of amusing. But I don't know. Now that we have Pokemon Violet, the Nightmare of the Dreamy Let's Play is going to be it's going to take twice as long to get that same level of progress across the same number of weeks. So I was like, what, just to make Total Biscuit's head explode? Oh, you mean Final Biscuit. Total Biscuit, regrettably, is not available for such an interaction at this point. Yeah, Final Biscuit would probably not be super thrilled with that. Though, honestly, that one wouldn't actually be too bad. If anything, it would just mean that there's, like, one, like, episode hanging at the very end of it all, and there's just one more game of Pikmin that's in there. Not a full Pikmin franchise play, to be clear. Though, granted, I guess Pikmin doesn't have all that many, like, in order to do something like that. It's got 3, about to be 4. Did Pikmin 4 come out yet? And Pikmin Bloom, I don't think, would quite count for that, unless it was just a, like, one-off kind of silly thing. I'll become a what are they actually? There's a name for that, when the people who live stream just their normal lives. And by normal, I mean completely fucked up, but like they just take like a GoPro with them or something and stream from their phone in their pocket or whatever. Hey Pikmin, yeah. Okay. Hello, Seidel. I am working on doing 2 things at once. I need to play 100 coin battles, and lightning melee for 1 minute is in fact going to be the fastest way we can do coin battles. I'm also IRL stream, I guess, is probably the right one. Yeah, like video logs would be. I feel like video vlogs would be more of like a I don't know, like a Logan Paul kind of deal, right? Where like you're vlogging, you're kind of doing a little bloggy thing every day, right? I think IRL stream is more or less right. I thought there was like a more specific, like odd sort of term for that. I'm gonna turn off the items at some point. Maybe it doesn't really matter if they're on or not. Keeps it kind of interesting at the very least. Because otherwise I'm just crouching. So I can turn them off for you. The reason, Seidel, that I am doing this quite the way that I'm doing it is because I'm actually going to turn everything on and off at the same time. We also need to get 1,000 Smash coins. Not the coins in the battle, but Smash coins. And you get Smash coins by doing smashes. I'm actually going to try to count in this one, just to see if I can get an idea. I'm doing this so it doesn't go to sudden death. 20, 30, 40, 50. So I did probably just under 500 crouches, like a little under, and that got us 1.4 coins, which means like a tenth of a coin for every 35 Smash inputs. Is that right? 500 divided by 14 would be about 35. Dash dancing back and forth is also a possibility. It's going to be substantially harder for me to do that with 2 controllers. I'll try it once with just the one just to see. But also, I don't think it's going to necessarily be faster. We'll give it a... Because it's also like, if I don't get the timing right... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get the timing. Oh, man. Oop. Come on. It's like harder to do consistently, you know? Oh, there we go. Oh, my God. It's also a little bit harder on my thumbs. Oh, I'm sure you guys can hear that super loud on that side, right? Ooh, that was a little rough at the end there. Okay, so like that got me doing that on one controller got me about 2/3. Like if I had someone else on the controller and we were both doing the dash dancing, it would get us probably 50% faster, 50% more coins in the same amount of time. But I think because we're just going for sheer numbers, I'm going to stick with the crouching just because it's also a little bit easier to do without having to worry as much about like rhythm, not as much anyway. And yeah, Terminal Montage. I haven't watched any of his stuff in a while. I gotta check those out again. I got a little bit bored with the Kirby ones just because they started getting a little predictable, and also the shrieking child sound effects started to get on my nerves after a while. If I'm being honest, they're all fun, but there's a certain point where I'm just like, okay, they're just screaming again. It's just noise now. How are we doing that? 1.3. Okay. Probably. Let's see. I'll go until 11. We'll see where we're at, and we'll kind of gauge stuff from there. All right. I actually think I should probably change Falco to Pikachu because he's visibly crouching faster, which means I'm off rhythm with Falco because his crouch is slower. So if I do Pikachu, then I should be able to reliably get a couple more crouches in. Oh, wait. Or did I just have a weird rhythm? Oh, there we go. There we go. There goes Falco. He's tapping into his pecking skills. Look at that pecker go. He's just pecking the night away. There we go. Mission complete. 1.4. Hey. Boing. Let's grab Pikachu. Gonna give him a hat. There we go. Totally normal rituals for the Pikachu. Oh man, I'll have to go like podcast Q&A style for, I don't know, probably the next like hour / during the chunk of the next stream / the entirety of the next stream when we're doing a bunch of sudden death matches. And again, those should at least be fast. Like, sudden death on Final Destination is practically instant. I'm trying to think of what would literally be the fastest way to go. I guess it doesn't even need to be sudden death. It could just be another Captain Falcon death-a-thon. There's no reason that it has to be... there's no reason that it has to be like actual damage to get it done, right? All right, so it's 10:59. Let me see where we're at with our progress here. Coin stock match 34. Oh fuck. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take an attempt at the All-Star one. I want to break this up a little bit so I don't lose my actual mind. All right. So we're just going to throw everybody straight up. Just like that. Oh, I got some more. I got some more on the side. We'll be good. Don't you worry about that. Don't worry about that. The biggest problem is going to be those Mr. Game & Watch fellas. Oh, for a second I was like, did he live? Whoa. I got to be careful, too. I can't even go off screen. Did we have a mixed drink today? Not at the start. I recorded one, and then I wasn't super happy with how it came out. So I am probably going to reshoot that and add it to the VOD. That was not one of the ones we needed. Oh, well. I gotta get him over here first. I mean, that works, too. No complaints here. There we go. Got to get quick with these ones now. Ness and Samus. All right. Okay. All right. Good so far. Star Rod, we definitely have that one. Jigglypuff and Zelda. All right. Oh, here. All right. Dr. Mario and Peach. Ready? Go. All right. See, now because we have all the other bonuses, the prize for doing this is both... actually... Yeah, there wouldn't even normally be a message for this. Normally it would just be a bonus in here, but we'll get the message and a trophy if we pull this off. Falco, Bowser, Pikachu. Okay. Hey, Burnt Beebs. Hello. How'd it do? Whew, that was a fortunate way for that to go. Okay. We are shooting for all of the trophies. Right now I'm going for a no damage clear in all-star mode. Fan. We have the fan. And we found a way we figured out by accident that a good way to do that is very easy Jigglypuff throw up. Oh no! Whoop! No! Fuck! Ugh. Was that an item that fucked me? Did an item just explode? Oh. Is that 3 battles from the end? I'm going to go the rest of the way just because I might get some coin stuff and... Now I made it like... Oh yeah, I'm also trying to get 1,000 Smash coins. Which you get by doing Smash inputs. Ooh. Wow. All right. There we go. It was Roy hitting an item. Yeah, the random item generation is a big fucking bummer. I'll have to practice on the Mr. Game & Watches too, just to be sure that that's like viable. That's such a bummer. If one of them was a star, I'd be in business. Sadness. Big sadness. Oh, clever. Very clever. Whoop. Yeah, this is my worry, is that I'm going to get crowded. I guess in that case, I just go apeshit. Whatever, like, anything goes. Ding, doo, doo, doo. Come on down, boys. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. There. Oh. Yeah, that could have gone betters. Let's also take a trip to the trophy. Let's take a trip to the trophy zone. I already had the Jigglypuff. Oh, actually. Oh, hilarious. Did I? No, I must have finished that with Jigglypuff before. Oop, no, no. I was trying to... Whatever, I'll do another go. I was trying to back out. I forgot you had to hold B for it. Yeah, with the Game & Watches, you just have to fucking go. Like, that's arguably the biggest problem with All-Star, and one of the reasons I'm lightly debating whether I actually want to do Classic Mode instead. The problem with Classic Mode is there's a lot of wave battles in Classic Mode. Adventure Mode has Master Hand, who will almost certainly get at least one hit on me somewhere. Also, I think All-Star Mode is generally the kindest in terms of knockback. I think the knockback is usually lower in Adventure Mode. I don't know that for sure, though. But there's also, like, giant enemies and shit. Steelix. Don't need Steelix. Game! Boop, 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 boop. Whoop. Alright, Ganondorf and Kirby. Oh, sorry, I'm, Master Hand is in classic mode, not adventure mode. Giga Bowser would also... I mean, I guess I wouldn't fight Giga Bowser if I was doing it on very easy, but... Fox and Mario! Get down, get down, get down. Okay. Just in case. Don't need him. Yeah, it's just that, like, that wave battle just really has me kind of nervous, you know? Who? Fuck you. All right, now we'll get out of here. It's always fucking Marth. Always Marth. Anyway, let's use some of our... Nope, wrong thing. Trophies. Lottery. We got 17. Let's see what we got. Mr. Saturn, no. Goldine, no. Ba-da-boom, ba-da-ba-da-boom. Ducks! No. Andros. Come on, give me something good. Fighter Kirby's not good. Also, we did the math. Doing it 1 coin at a time is the best way to have a shot here. Waluigi! Hey! Ba-boom. Knock him off my list down here. He is one of the 4 that you cannot get until you've had 250 or more trophies. Yeah, I don't really... I think for Marth and Roy, it's a matter of... So there's no Fire Emblem stages in Melee. They had to put him somewhere. Kirby's got green greens, and Final Destination has nobody, so... Oh, man, are we really only going to get 1 out of 17 coins? Oh, yeesh. Bow, bow. Hey, Great Fox. There we go. What's up there? That's one you can't get until you beat Classic Mode and Adventure Mode at least once. Alright, so we're down to 22 trophies, 16 of which are going to be random. Let's go back into here for a while. I did turn those off. Damage ratio doesn't matter. Yeah. I wish I could turn that down to like 5 seconds. And yeah, again, the good news when it comes to the regular versus matches is I can just start a match with Captain Falcon and dive off the side. Takes seconds, and we're into the next one. So even though we need like 700 of those, if they're only taking like 5 seconds apiece, that's still a lot, to be fair. But it is a much more achievable. That's literally like, that'd be like an hour. I mean, it's probably going to take longer than that. It's probably more like 2 hours because going through the menus, I got to hit start twice. I guess I could put a computer player in for that one. That one doesn't really matter.
5, 4, 3, 2,
All right. And that way I only have to hit start once on this controller as opposed to twice. Not that this is much slower, but, you know. So let's see. I think we'll just do this over and over till 11:30, and we'll check in. We had 34 coin matches to start this segment. But yeah, doing the All-Star mode attempts will every now and then will keep my brain from melting out of my ear holes. And yeah, it'll be much appreciated to do that as opposed to just being like, all right, guys, we're here until 2 in the morning just pressing this. Like, this will probably continue into the next one. But the hope is Like, we got through, like, honestly, the rest of the bonuses I thought were going to take, like, the whole stream. And they did not. They took, what, like an hour and a half? Not even, actually. They took, like, yeah, they took less than an hour and a half. So, like, fast. So all we have left are a couple of the, to be fair, extremely difficult one-player mode challenges. And then just, like, do a bunch of versus mode things and get our Smash coins. And that's kind of it. And we're moving on with our lives. I forget if we're going immediately into the next checkbox game, but it'll be something different. Not that I'm honestly, I was low-key worried that doing this was going to make me hate Melee, and it doesn't. It does, like, with the fresh perspective of Ultimate, because this is the first, the Nightmare series is the first time I've played Melee since playing Ultimate, I think. I'm pretty sure after Ultimate I haven't touched Melee since. And it's generally fine, but I do like Ultimate more now, I think. I think the dynamism of Ultimate is definitely preferable. Melee is a clear number 2 on the list. I think my order would go like Ultimate, Melee. Wii U is like just behind Melee, not by much. It's very, very close. Then 3DS. And then I don't know between Brawl and 64. Mostly because 64 is so primitive. But Brawl, I think I'd probably go Brawl and then 64. Brawl, everyone just feels so heavy, you know? Ultimate, am I going for all spirits? I need to double check. I was debating, I was looking over like lists and things and seeing like, because in order to do completion stuff, you have to have clear metrics for completionism. I don't even think I looked at the list for that yet. I looked at the list for Brawl, and I've got that already ready to go. I looked at the list for Smash 3DS. That one is, I think, ready to go. I got to double check. And I started on the Wii U list as well. That one's not ready to go. There's just so many things that I have to like do little detail work for my own list to make it, clear what's going on there. But at the very least, we're definitely doing the full achievement board for Ultimate. The little shatter glass, little dynamic thing there. We'll be completing that for sure. Same goes for Brawl. I had a mild panic when trying to set up my stuff for my list for the 3DS, because I put the list together and I was like, oh, cool, now I have to turn on the 3DS game to see which of these things I've already gotten and knock them off the list. And I put in, we had a bunch of extra cartridges from when we were doing 4-player modes. I plugged in the first cartridge, and I was like, oh, this doesn't look like the right stuff. All right. And then I plugged in the second cartridge. That also looked wrong. I plugged in the third cartridge. That looked wrong. And that was all the cartridges we had. And I went, uh-oh, we've lost the cartridge. That's not good. And I spent a day trying to hunt this thing down and figure it out, and then came to realize, after literally a whole day of this, I was like, wait a minute. That was a digital download, wasn't it? And yes, it was. It was a digitally downloaded version of the game. So I never lost anything at all. There's a part of me that's like, all right, if I do this right, I could put a third controller down and get that one mostly where I was like, my hand would be fucking killing me by the end of this, for sure, if I did that. Like, it already doesn't love this, to be clear, and I've been back at it for 5 minutes. All right. I want to say it's Saint... Let's say Saint Joseph. St. Joseph? That's not right. My family was Catholic. We definitely got a lot of like patron saint of blank growing up. Me not as much, but my mom definitely like had them all by heart. Yeah, like netplay would definitely make this go faster for sure. If there were a way to kind of override this with netplay, that would make it awesome. But, and I know that there's was it Warp Pipe or something that used to be you could do for your GameCube to, or is it Warps, something like that you could use to play online, or at least do like LAN style multiplayer. I remember that from high school. Actually, that was a big thing back then. I've made this observation on Twitter before. Maybe it's just the way that I say it, but in my experience, it seems like when people are referring to the school that you go to between grade school and junior high and college or university, people generally don't say high school. They don't separate it like high school. Everyone seems to say it high school. Like it's really like it's really cut down. Like you really clamp down on the word high school. Like high school. What's cooler than being cold? High school. All right. Definitely ways to get GameCube memory cards on the computer to play the same save. And that makes sense. Yeah, there's probably some kind of tool that could be figured out or required. At this point, we're so close to the end of it. Like we're gonna have like 2 streams maybe. Like we're gonna like my guess would be 2 more streams. It really comes down to if I can get that no damage run. That's gonna be the real kicker because the rest are way more achievable. Like adventure mode on hard or very hard with no continues. I could probably do hard with no continues without huge difficulty. It is gonna be hard. The difficulty in this game is actually pretty legit, to be fair. Oh yeah, mine is hanging out right here as well. He was holding the second player controller before to keep it from rumbling. Ice Dragon is right here, doing his thing. He's got to do his. There we go. That's now he's recognizable. I also grabbed one more because I couldn't resist getting pitch also. This room is a mess. I need to reorganize shit badly. They're hanging out on this desk because I haven't figured out a rearrangement plan for. It's actually directly behind my head, and the chair is a set of drawers that have like game controllers and consoles and stuff in them, but also has a bunch of like, video game plush dudes on top of it. And the pile is starting to get a tiny bit unwieldy. Yeah, it's at this point, Ice Dragon has shown up more times as a simulacrum of himself than as his actual self. I think the list is Ado has drawn Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon has been a Hollow Defense thing. What else? Did Paintra do something with Ice Dragon? I thought there were 4 Ice Dragon appearances where he was not the real Ice Dragon. Did Adeline also draw? Oh wait, no. I'm trying to remember if Kirby 64 did that. Adeline and Star Allies. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Because there's 4 in total, but... There we go. 64 and Star Allies. Okay. Meanwhile, Ice Dragon has actually shown up in the flesh 3 times, I think, at this point, right? So Kirby's Dream Land 2. Kirby Clash? Yeah. What's the last one? Both Kirby Clashes? Okay, that makes sense. Super Kirby Clash. Oh, yeah, that's right. He had the, like... He had the rockin' like mohawk, I think, right? And we're still getting more than a coin per thing. Also, it is taking all of my strength. Take a rubber band, not really, because I need to do a smash input, which means I need to be clicking it, and it's going to be the same muscle movement regardless. So it would not quite get me there the same way. It would actually probably be a little bit slower like that, unfortunately. It's taking everything in my strength when we go to the trophy lottery not to put more coins in, because in my brain, I'm like, oh, if I just put in like 30 coins and it's at 50%, then we're solid. We can just get... I didn't do this on purpose. I'm literally just clicking, alternating with my... Anyway, mathematically speaking, it is better odds to just go one at a time. It doesn't feel like it, but it is mathematically more sound. Current games before that were just rehashes of Meta Knight, DDD, Wispy Woods. Yeah. Like, I like seeing... So at this point, I'm getting tired of fighting Meta Knight. I'm also getting tired of fighting the non-Meta Knight ones. Like, it makes... If anything, it'd be nice to see Galactonite again. Because he's been kind of subsumed by Morphinite. But now Morphinite keeps showing up too much. And it's like, you lose the element of surprise if you just keep making them show up. Do something weird with it. Like, fuck it. You know what they should have done with Triple Deluxe? To make it real fucking weird? So you got your Bug Empire, but there's a lot of plant-like things, right? Don't have a Wispy Woods fight, and then in your crazy arena, have the last battle be, like, you know, an Yggdrasil Wispy Woods soul fight. Give Wispy Woods that moment. But, like, make it count. Not just like, oh, it's the second battle of the thing, and we're in the woods. We're just gonna... It's Wispy Woods. Wispy Woods is back. Hey, everybody, it's Wispy Woods. Like, I don't know. Mutant Galba that fires ice chunks. Interesting. I could see the Ice Dragon and the Galbos being somewhat related, but I haven't seen the soul fight from Triple Deluxe. I mean, true. But the point being, I would love to see... So... I'm getting tired of every game having a... I don't know. Wispy Woods I almost am kind of okay with. DDD needs to stop getting transformations constantly. Like, the DDD from... Was it Star... Which one did he get all buff for? Was that Star Allies? That one felt like it was a bit much. Meta Knight, I'm getting tired of fighting. Like, it doesn't need to be every time. Wispy Woods, there's a certain charm to Wispy Woods showing up and having, like, a weird thing wrong with him, I guess. What I'm not interested in are the, like, Clanky Woods I was okay with. Iggy Woods was kind of like, all right, this is just fall time Twin Woods style Wispy Woods. There's not, like, really all that much going on here. It's basically just the extra mode Wispy Woods. DDD needs to stop getting possessed. That's getting boring. Though I think they realize that that's the only way it makes sense to fight DDD anymore. So I don't know. I think, if anything, they need to find a reason for for DDD to genuinely want to fight Kirby again. There needs to be a reason that he wants to fight Kirby for something. Something that I would actually kind of love to see, honestly. I would love to see them try to remake, again, I guess, Kirby's Adventure. I want them to remake Kirby's Adventure in the style of, like, Return to Dreamland and Forward, the, like, 2.5D Kirby games. But, like, add some more shit to it. Add some of the more even modern stuff to it in some way. I don't know. I think that they could do some stuff with it, because it feels weird that Kirby and DDD keep fighting even though he has no reason to, and they just keep possessing him all over and over and over again. Kind of was Return to Dreamland when you think about it. Sort of. Weren't they? Wasn't that just for like the first level basically, and then it was just kind of like, oh, they're back to their thing. Superstar Deluxe had a reason for DDD to fight Kirby. Yeah, I mean, that one was just he was upset that Kirby beat him, wasn't it? Because you got Spring Breeze, which was literally just Kirby's Dreamland. You had Gourmet Race, which was like, yeah, they were both basically just, racing. He was scooping stuff up and eating it. And then there was Revenge of the King, which was basically just him being pissed over Spring Breeze. Level structure same as Adventure. Is even called Kirby's Adventure. That's true. That's true that it does have that name in Japanese, and it is kind of structurally very similar to Kirby's Adventure. I suppose that's fair. And we are getting Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe in, was it February, I think? I think February we're getting KRDL Deluxe. So that should be a good time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily, while I did like Kirby and the Forgotten Land, much like Breath of the Wild, I do want something that's less like that vaguely in the future. I feel kind of bummed out regarding Zelda because I know that Breath of the Wild was like a huge paradigm shift, but at the same time, like, while it's fun and while it was a huge thing, it's like I don't want that to just be what Zelda is anymore. I do like the old classic top-down style games that they used to make for all the handheld systems in the NES. I would kind of like for that to be a thing that still comes back now and then, even if it is a little passé, it's still like, it feels right. I don't know. Let's go do some trophies. Let's also check our thing here. Coin match total 50. Okay, we're halfway there. Nice. That was 16 that we just got, so that's good. Let's do the lottery. 20. All right, we got 20 to work with. I would also like them to make that third Oracle game. Yeah. I don't know how it would work at this point, and I don't know how they would do it. Honestly, for a while, I was hoping that they would remake the Oracle games, the two existing Oracle games, with the either the A Link Between Worlds engine or the now Link's Awakening Switch engine. I doubt that they're going to do that. I wish that they would. Hey, the GameCube! Fuck yeah. Boom. That is another one that you can only get after 250 trophies. Nice. And that brings us down to 21 trophies to go. You got a 10% chance. So, reasonable odds that we're going to get one more new trophy before we're out here. Annie just looks like Raymark 2 with a fucked up face. Alright. Come on. Give me something good. Just need one more to feel good. Hey, there we go. There's the R-Wing. Nice. All right. That was another one that you have to get after beating Classic and Adventure once. All right, we're down to 20. 20 trophies to go. Come on. Oh, no, that was it. All right. All-star mode. Let's take another swing. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, again, my one real concern here is how the hell I'm going to deal with those Game & Watches, because all they have to do, one of them has to throw a punch, and that's it. And I don't really know how to deal with that. And I don't know if anyone has a better throw, or as good of a throw. Oh, yeah. Misty is not in her actual game outfit. I mean, yellow, but, Oh, that's a good... Let's try that again. Bow. All right. Okay. I was worried the other one was going to try to whack me while I was standing there. All right, Yoshi. I mean, I suppose that's a fair point. Yeah, having her in a bikini would be not so great. It's interesting that they have Misty, not Ash. Though I guess Misty being in the games, like, at least gives a justification for it, even if she's not wearing her normal outfit. Also, not even technically. I'm pretty sure Misty's like 14 or something. All right. I think Brock is 15? I don't... Oh, okay. I thought he bounced off of the little ceiling bit that's right there and just went back down. Hi. Pichu. Oh, this is good. All right. Now I'm curious if I got the invisibility shield, so you don't take damage. I'm curious if it maintains the no damage clear for that, because you aren't you're getting hit, but you're not taking damage, right? There you go, trying to repeat that shit on me. Also, pound is just B, right? Because then I also have to worry about the falling tools and stuff too. It's this time, all right. All right. All right, 7 more. 7 more. Missy's old look. It's always the GSC one. Ooh. Oh fuck! 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 Pikachu snuck behind me, and then I lost time grabbing at nothing. I'm gonna do one more attempt at this, and then we'll move on for a while. Boom! 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 Alright. Yes. Ooh, he almost got me with that shit. Sneaky little bastard. Ah, nice. Here's you want to run at them and grab ASAP. Yeah, the biggest trick is just making sure that I actually run up and get them. And don't, like, jump past him. No! Oh, fuck. There we go. I was like, if I can make it jump, then I have a chance here. Whew, that was a little heart pulsing. Oof. Oh, God damn it, it's Roy! This asshole fucks me up. How do I manage this? There we go. A little extra security with the invisibility cloak. Alrighty. Whoo. Captain Falcon and Link. Alright. This is not... Oh, boy. Oh, shit. There we go. Whew, okay. Are we on to the 3 now? I think we're in the 3s. Goldeen. One more 2, I believe. Bowser and Fox. Ooh. Nope. Ooh, boy. Okay, we're just barely getting by with some of these. Okay, all right. Mewtwo and Mario. Fuck you, Mario! Oh, big shits. You little fucker. All right. Do it again just because I don't feel like having it make all that much noise when the other Pikachu wins. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting through it, but it's definitely annoying. Oh, man. My hands are definitely not loving what we're up to at this point.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
Eek.
This game's winner is Pikachu.
I mean, I'll be okay for tonight. It's just a matter of just getting through it for now. Miles to go before sleep. So yeah, we got 20 more to go. We got Master Hand. We got food. We have... What is that one? Smash Coins. Oh, yeah. Tom Nook, Captain Olimar, we got Discoon. And then for the random ones, we got Pokeball, Zapdos, Princess Peach's Castle. Oh, shit. Pidgeot, Shy Guys, Wispy Woods, Pokemon Stadium, Raccoon Mario, Koopa Car, Ocarina of Time, Gooey. Wait a minute. It didn't mark Gooey as one that was new for us. I really hope that I didn't, like, granted, it wouldn't be all that ridiculous to fix, but let's see, Gooey near the end. I guess it'll be easier if I just do this. We got a Gooey earlier, didn't we? Am I crazy? I literally thought when we were in the lottery earlier we got a Gooey. I thought we even commented on this. I thought I saw someone say something about it immediately after it happened, too. Like, I don't know, in one of the last 2 trophy things we did. I guess not. I don't know. Surprised we hadn't gotten it yet. All right, there must have been something that was on the screen that was like blue or something, because I thought that I remembered seeing it and going, ah, yeah, Gooey's right there. All right. The timing was just very interesting. Yeah, Gooey is a trophy that you can only get after beating Classic and Adventure mode. Oh, the Heroine. Yeah, we got that. We've had that one a few times now. Alright. Another 1.4. Back in. Alright. Should have gotten a straw. Actually, I might have a straw. I do have a straw. I'm gonna get that after this next match. That way I can actually like take a drink in between stuff. Glass of milk would be nice right about now. Big old glass of tall, cool milk. It's the milk you get from a tall, cool cow. Milk comes out tall and cool. If Gooey is hit by 0, he instantly dies. Really? Because that's just a... Isn't that like a 2-player... Isn't that your player 2 thing that you can do in that or something? I'm trying to remember how Gooey... Nice. I can see that being an intentional thing, though, of like, you know, 0, I think, spawns dark matter, doesn't it? So Gooey being dark matter himself, that could be kind of related to that in some way. Okay. Let's get another couple quick trips over here. Give ourselves a little bit of a serotonin boost. Come on, give me one. Give me one, give me one. Please give me one. Oh, another GameCube. That's hilarious. Ah, damn. All right. Back in we go. Ooh. Yeah, it'd be nice to see a real significant return of that whole... Isn't the implication that the... I forget the name of the Gem Bastion folks. Aren't they worshippers of dark matter or something? Like, I thought that there was something that in the dialogue that goes by lightning fast that implies that they worship dark matter. Or something along those lines. Oh yeah, no, I mean I think that implication's been there for a while. I'm trying to remember exactly where. I thought there was a point earlier on in the franchise where it was implied that Kirby's race and the dark matter, like essentially because Kirby, being a horrific space god being himself, in more ways than one, would also imply that Meta Knight is at least relatively connected with all that stuff too. But there was an implication I thought earlier on that like Kirby and dark matter were very closely linked. I mean, the fact that Gooey and Kirby can both, copy abilities and things would be at least a decent indicator of that all on its own, right? Yeah. I thought that we recently did something with Robobot when we came back around to it, because there was the Meta Knight stuff, right? Meta Nightmare, was it Meta Nightmare Ultra, or was it something else, where you fight a bunch of swordsmen from across the franchise. And I think the Dark Matter swordsman wound up showing up for that. I mean, that would make sense if there was some kind of, thing with that, but... And Sectonia, that's right, yes. Gooey, Jeff, Big Burger Boy, and Dog. Implied things about the death animation of Sectonia that followed it. I would have to go back and rewatch that one again. Is his normal form? Oh, yeah, yes. I remembered seeing something like that where, like, for a brief second, Sectonia looks like another little chibi bug person. Honestly... the Mario franchise has opened up their own little can of worms with that, with the whole Peachette thing. So Peachette being, was it Toadette with a crown, with like the special Peachette crown or something? The fact that she looks nearly identical to Princess Peach would imply strongly that Peach's true form is very similar to the Toad's, if not an actual Toad herself. And I kind of would love if one of the games actually explored that, even for a moment. Like, I don't know. I think that would have been interesting. Toadette plus Super Crown equals Peachette, yeah. That's a shame, because otherwise it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that Peach is there as a human in the first place, right? Like, there's no other humans walking around besides Peach and the Mario Brothers, who I think in virtually every universe, not all of them, but most of them, comes from a different world. So it's the question of where Peach came from if she's full human and not a Toad. Oh, that's true. They were delivered by Stork. That's true. Yes, yeah. That's true. I guess the kings were humanish. That is true. So I guess it could just be that the Mushroom Kingdom is just a kingdom on an Earth-like planet. And Mario and Luigi accidentally got delivered to the Yoshi's Island, and then were delivered home afterwards, and then much later on wound up meeting Yoshi and going to Peach and going to Yoshi's Island and all that stuff too. There we go. Which then means that Peach is a human ruling over non-human beings, which carries its own awkward connotations. Oh yeah, there is New Donk City now, where Pauline and all the even more normal human people look. Yeah, Pauline doesn't look like the new Donkers at all. Yeah, Kirby lore definitely has some consistency. They just essentially, rather than drawing lines between, you know, plot points, they have the individual plot points, and they they just start drawing random dots in places. And some of them are between meaningful dots, and some of them aren't. But from Soliana, oh god, yeah, probably. They were like, let's get the fuck out of that game and go for a better one. Ugh. Alright. I'm trying to remember what the deal with Partners in Time was in that regard. Because there's all sorts of other kingdoms and things too, but... Oh, what, in Sonic 06? I honestly don't even know what would constitute getting 100%. I feel like it would have to be like S ranking every mission that's available over the course of the whole thing. Gold medals, yeah. That's fair, that's fair. I don't know, there's a part of me that feels like that wouldn't be that ridiculous. Like, it'd be annoying, and the load times would get brutal, but otherwise it's like... I don't know that would be all that horrible. I could be horribly mistaken, but... S ranking every stage on both normal and hard mode. Which, I mean, some of that comes down to just practice and memorization, right? Alright, where are we at here? 62. Okay, alright. Trophies, we got 9 more, let's do it. We're not going to get a single trophy here, are we? Single trophy that we need. No more Balloon Fighter, please. Come on. Fuck. Starting to drop off very quickly. All-Star mode, let's do it. Bow, bow, bow.
Ready? Go!
Get out of my face forever. Alright. Now for Fox.
Ready? Go!
Mm-hmm. Bennett Trophy spoiler something in the climate. Oh, does it really? Oh, jeez. Alright. I didn't get any coins for that one. Oh, box. My favorite. Ooh. Pulled out a bomb. Ooh, shit. There we go. Alright. Bowser and Ice Climbers.
Ready?
Okay. Whew, close one. Alright. Link and Falco.
Ready?
Okay. A redhead. Kirby and Zelda. All right.
Ready?
Okay. Mewtwo, Pichu. Don't like this. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hey, we got through that one. Nice. Okay. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting combo. No, fuck you! Oh, you pieces of shit. I'll do one more attempt for now. Oop. There we go. Boo, 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 boo. Mewtwo. There we go. Happy to have Mewtwo go early. The battlefield is not a great place to have multiple dudes coming at me at once. Chikorita. Alright. Alright. Samus and Pikachu. Alright. Pichu and Bowser. Nice. Oop, hello. Are we into the threes yet? Or we still got twos? Still got twos. Heracross. Fox and Ice Climbers. Oh, fuck. Whoo! That was unbelievably lucky. Oh my god. I have no idea how that just worked. I will take it. Young Link and Captain Falcon. All right. Fuck! I tried to grab him and it would just like missed entirely. Fuck me. Oh. That's upsetting. Alright. I think we're at what, 62? Blarg. The no damage run is just gonna be a fucking mess. It's been a fucking mess. It's gonna continue to be a fucking mess. Boom, 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 boom. At least Air Ride is going to have really discrete goals. There's going to be a lot of repetition, but it'll at least be very discrete, specific stuff, as opposed to more general, like, all right, do this 1,000 times. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm always willing to be open-minded with this stuff. I'm intrigued that Player 1's Pikachu's tail appears to be longer than Player 2's Pikachu's tail. Oh, because they're going in opposite directions. Never mind. A very normal human way to drink. He's doing free run in City Trial with Sister Seconds. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really spend a ton of time in City Trial that I can remember. One of these days, the D-pad will have to set a goal. If we get I don't know, $1,000 a month on Patreon, that we'll do a dramatic reading of the Smash Brothers Melee, the Subspace Chronicles, or whatever the fuck that shit was called, the 1,000,000-word Smash Brothers Brawl fanfic that used to be the longest fanfic in the world. Ba-boo. Alrighty. I feel like I wish that there was like one more thing that I could be doing at the same time to make progress, but there really isn't. There's not really anything else that you know we can do to speed this up, really. Kirby, Zelda had to protect Zelda because Link was murdered by Ganondorf. Oh no. That's how you know Ganondorf is really evil, when he actually managed to kill the hero. I'm playing Pokemon Violet on a second controller. Kinda. I'd have to go half as fast in my progress here, but it is hypothetically possible. I wouldn't be able to... Actually, I could technically capture that using a second capture device, using the old Hop Hodge. Here we go, just do double duty. No, I'll just do one controller mode while I'm doing this, and just do all that stuff. Actually, where's the water? There's water. Whoop. Where's mind controlled? Oh no. I don't want to fight you! They stream their gameplay to you on Discord. Put on the screen and watch while you... Oh, God. That's the real thing. We would just have to, like... We'd have to figure out... Because there's a couple, like... Just find, like, a show or movie and be like, oh, yeah, guys, we're doing a watch party. And this is just also happening at the same time. We just picture-in-picture some kind of watch party thing on the bottom right there. I could literally... I could literally put the... I could put together the unpaused of Smash Melee before the Nightmare streams and just put that on the bottom. Let's watch that while we're doing this. Fuck it. Oh, God. There we go. Ooh. There we go. Those last 15 trophies are going to be the biggest pain in the ass out of all of this, I can just tell. The funny part is, most of what we have left... No, I guess that's not true. We have a bunch of trophies. We have 4 messages that we're trying... I guess 5, technically, that we're trying to get on our way out, too. And there's a very good chance that some of those messages are going to come as we essentially have all of the trophies, or most of them. Said Martel Roy the Gandorf is as evil as Medius. He doesn't want to fight him. He's more shocked that Zelda and Sheik say, "Ah, nice." I'm like, what? Wait a minute. I thought I was in love with that hot dude. You've been lying to me. Alright. Alrighty. Like, my brain just jumped like 4 tracks in a row. Where I was like, related to the previous thing of like, oh, you've been lying to me the whole time. You've been binding this entire time. And then my brain jumped to Binding of Isaac. And then I'm like, I wonder if anyone's made a reference to the Binding of Isaac in reference to Isaac from Golden Sun has an Isaac, right? Which itself just got my brain over to the movie, was it One of the Guys? Just One of the Guys or One of the Guys? One of those is the name. One of the few normal names. Yeah, right? So that's where my head's at this point. Just a bunch of random shit just jumbled up together with a couple 80s movies at the same time. I'm trying to remember the response line in Just One of the Guys is something... Oh, what the fuck was it? It was... The other guy is shocked and he responds with... He just, where do you get off having tits anyway? For anyone who's not familiar, Just One of the Guys, Just One of the Boys, whatever it's called, is... I haven't actually seen the movie all the way through, but the movie is about a girl who goes to college... Or no, she gets a... Oh, fuck, what is it? She gets a scholarship, but they think that she's a guy... for whatever reason, so she goes to college under the auspice of being a boy, and winds up like just falling in with this group of guys at school or something. It's man, it's a while back. It's also definitely one of those movies that probably wouldn't get made at this point for pretty predictable reasons. I don't think this one was a particularly bad example of the kind of movie that wouldn't or shouldn't get made anymore, but it's definitely one that's like, it's maybe not as much the kind of stuff that people are gonna fly with these days, which is fair, I suppose. Actually, saying that, I realized that wasn't there... Oh, God. Wasn't there some movie called, like, Sorority Boys or something relatively recently that had... No, maybe that's... What was it? There was some other movie where someone was essentially pretending to be the opposite sex, and, it wound up being the standard, like, liar revealed kind of story. I swear I'm not trying to do that. That's literally just like with the random left and right inputs that go along with it. Everyone's sliding around. I get another one or two of those in, and then we'll go back to the lottery. I still remember Final Fantasy II having really strange like naming conventions, because you had Guy, who was your sort of monk-like dude. Monk in the Final Fantasy sense of, like, being the fist fighter. Excuse me, type. I think the woman in the party was Maria. I do not remember what your lost party member is. Oh, Leon, yeah. And then Firion as essentially your party leader. And it's like, I get that it's that they're trying to go with, like, fire as, like, a basis for it because he's got, like, the hair and everything. But, like, such an odd, like, Maria, Leon, Guy, or Guy is a fairly common name, especially in French-speaking countries. Filionel, yeah, like, that's... Yeah, there's an interesting, but like most of those names, I don't know enough about like Minwoo as a name, but the rest of those are all very normal names. But then you've got Firion as the main, essentially the main character of the game, and it's like, what the hell? It's very odd. I think Minwoo is the first character you play as in the, I was going to say Dawn of Souls, because Final Fantasy 1 and 2 got a Game Boy Advance co-pack-in re-release, and I think Dawn of Souls is Final Fantasy 1, and there's Dawn of something else that's Final Fantasy 2, but essentially there's an extra chapter that you get at the end of game. Oh, it is Dawn of Souls, okay. Yeah, at the end of the game, you're essentially in, like, Pandemonium, and you need to also take down the big guy from hell, essentially, as a party composed of your dead party members. And I think Minwoo is kind of your main dude for that. You recruit them in the order they die. Okay, yeah. All right, where are we at here? 73. We're getting there. 27 left to go. When we started this, we had like what, 24? So we're making our way. Hey, Pokeball. Nice. Ding. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. You get them at the level they died, and you have this weird circumstance where, like, all the enemies in Pandemonium have, like, crazy experience yield because you're expecting to have your dudes catch up quickly. But also the encounter rate is, like, absurd down there. I distinctly remember being able to walk no more than, like, 3 steps at a time. And then you're in another battle, and it was like, I'm just trying to explore. I haven't seen all 4 corners of this floor that we're starting on. 4 more. Here we go. 3 more. 2 more. Yeah, I absolutely did not prepare my dudes for going to that chunk because I didn't know that it was coming. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. Damn it. But we're down to 19. 19 trophies to go. So all we got to do is treat this like cribbage and we're done. It's a joke for the cribbage crowd. Whoops. They'll understand. They'll get it. Don't worry about it. We'll give this 2 or 3 here. There we go. The what? Some old cribbage. I don't like this. I feel like some random thing in one of the 3-way matches is going to just fuck me again. The other thing, too, is like, so yeah, the group matches don't seem great in Classic mode, but there's fewer matches in Classic mode. And that has me wondering if that might make it... Oh, fuck you so hard, Pichu. I'm wondering if Classic might actually end up being easier if I play extremely defensively against Master Hand. Pichu. my god. There we go. Dr. Mario. Nope, not what I was trying to do. Fuck. Ooh, okay. Oh, Raphael. My buddy. Yep. Gotta remember that if I go to the Jungle Japes River thing, that I may not get them off in one throw. They may require a second toss. Shit, this again. There we go. Okay. Zelda and Pikachu.
Ready, go!
There we go. All right. Is there a trophy you get for collecting all the other trophies? No, but you do get a message for getting all the trophies. There's a trophy you get for getting all the bonuses, which no damage clear is the last remaining bonus we have to collect.
Ready, go!
Where am I? Where am I? There we go. Shit. Oh boy. Oh boy. Time to go. Hoop. Shit. This is not going well. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Jigglypuff and Samus.
Ready, go!
Fuck! I was like a frame early on my grab. Sad face. On the plus side, we should be done with coin battles around 1. We'll probably wrap up not long after that. But that'll be one more thing that we don't have to do, so that's pretty cool. We got 26 of them to go, including... no, 26 to go after this. This is number 74. The next stream is going to get nuts, because that's probably going to involve Captain Falcon dying a lot. Oh, God. Clearly, I need to load back up all the old Battle Network and Star Force things and go for, like, the optional bonus shit that we left behind one of these days. Because why the fuck not, right? A fair way and get all the extra marks of the title screen that aren't the main 5. Hey, nice. Yeah, that's usually our metric for 100% is, like, we can feel comfortable being like, yes, we cleared the game if we get all of the icons in the front. Because normally that involves getting all of the battle chips or battle cards anyway and beating all the bonus bosses anyway. But there are exceptions like the DX bosses in Star Force 2, for example, which are not required. They're not even technically mentioned in-game. You have to do a secret code to get them. And that shit is obnoxious, so no. Japan event only, let's see. Boo-bee-bee-boo. All right, 19 trophies, 13 of them are random, 6 of them have specific goals. 1 of them for all the bonuses, 1 of them for playing Pikmin, 1 of them for 1,000 Smash coins, 1 of them for beating adventure mode on hard or harder without continues, 1 of them for 1,000 versus battles, and 1 of them for 100 coin battles. So we are getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm glad that we did catch that the lightning battles do actually speed up the clock as well. Because that's definitely helpful. Makes the stuff go much faster.
Oh
God. I remember one of the games had like Greek letter ones before. Maybe not one, maybe that was a few. Because I know that there... Was that the original way of doing it back in like Battle Network 1? It was like Alpha, Beta, Omega or something? Or was that 3? For some reason my brain is thinking Battle Network 3 was the one that had... No, because Battle Network 3 had 5 levels of stuff. Was it 3? Okay. Because it was the base one, Alpha, Beta, Omega. Did they do Gamma? Or I don't think they did Gamma. I think they did something else. Oh, were there like weird online things that went with Jeff's Platinum run? I haven't actually watched it because I'm trying to keep myself, you know, generally spoiler free for Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, which, yeah, obvious. It was obvious in the recording. I'm sure everyone, you know, that watched it heard it, but literally the instant it happened, I was like, "Fuck, yep, that was stupid. That was a really stupid move. Fuck." It's my own fault. It was dumb. Staying in with confusion was a very stupid call just in general. I was expecting there to not be a super effective attack on the table. I think if I had realized that, then I definitely would have pulled my Pokemon out, but I didn't. One, I didn't realize that, which granted I have to assume that they're going to have a bunch of covered shit anyway. But that's what I get. I still have yet to actually do a perfect run Nuzlocke yet. Now, granted, doing a perfect run Nuzlocke is actually kind of easy in a technical sense. You just grind to a point where you don't have to worry about shit anymore. But in the realm of perfectly beating a Nuzlocke while staying relatively competitively leveled, I still have yet to quite pull it off. I don't know what my best is off the top of my head. Because I think even in Eevee and Pikachu, John and I lost Pokemon. But I'm not positive. Grand Underground, the bottom. Bummer. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing is I like Murkrow. I would have been bummed to turn Shelby into a Honchkrow. Because I do like Murkrow better just design-wise. But... yeah, there was going to be a point where Murkrow was going to start getting outclassed really hard very soon. You could argue that it just happened, in fact. But yeah, I need to start being more careful about coverage moves and not going for the most obvious strike, and try to think. Like the ideal situation, right, is you want to be, more often than not, you want to be defensively situated against the opposing Pokemon's stab types, and then you want to not be necessarily stab with the types that are super effective against those types, because those are the ones that a clever trainer is going to prepare for, right? Is going to prepare coverage for. Like, granted, having a stab super effective means you're doing 3 times damage, but if there's an easy and obvious response to that, then that's, you know, that's the thing. Like, yeah. Dark resists Ghost. I mean, yes, it's true. It's true. I mean, yeah, I don't know. In the end, it's more just like, yeah, I need to be more aware of movesets of literally 1,008 Pokemon, I guess, which is a bummer, but that's not strictly true. I need to know the learn sets of like what, 4? Oh shit, I used to know this number. 438, I think, is Gen 4, because it won 151, 251, 376. That can't be right that it's only 438. I must be mixing that up or something. That seems way too low. 493. Okay, thank you. I knew there was a 3 in there. I had it in the wrong spot. All right, 10 more. Here we go. Pachyderm, hey. I'm not even entirely sure how you... I guess Nuzlocking Violet is like each time there's a new label for an area, you get to catch something. But also, I feel like in an even worse way in some ways to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee and Sword and Shield similarly is like your ability to just pick and choose kind of which ones you want to encounter. Oh, god damn. Thunderbolt would have been a problem too, yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, where are we at? I want to see this before we... 81, okay. Getting closer. Let's do a quick all-star or two. There's a part of me that wonders if playing as Roy and just doing a strong smash attack would be viable, because I feel like that might be a better crowd control thing against the Game & Watches, but... Bow, 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 bada bow. I'm glad they brought in the save room music from Kirby Superstar for that. It's such a chill fucking track to do that too. Kirby Stone's not the worst. My one worry there is that you're very exposed when you come out of it. So for a group for group stuff, that does make it a little trickier, but it's not a bad call. That's not a terrible strategy. I think it's just at that point it comes down to like clever crowd management, I think. Fox and Falcon. Yeah, DK ground stops wouldn't be the worst. And also, DK can just throw a quick smash in to do some real damage. Or his up smash, too, is good on ledges above. It's less automatic compared to this, but... Get both of the Mario Brothers, and they gone. I mean, yeah, Jigglypuff is the most automatic It definitely makes it the most straightforward and quick. The biggest trick is just crowd control is going to be a problem. Fuck. It's just frustrating because it's like I need 12 matches to just kind of happen to go correctly. That's not entirely true. I don't need them to happen to go correctly. I need to not get randomly unlucky and take a dumb little pot shot like that to the dome. I could do Pikachu. I could do Pikachu and thunder it. Go real dirty. That used to be my jam. That used to be the big thing for me. For a while was like crowd control was fucking Pikachu. Thunder, thunder, thunder all goddamn day. It's not the worst idea. I might try one round with that after this just to see. We'll see. Whoop. Yoshi. Yoshi. When is Robotnik getting in Smash? They need a villain Smash. All the bad guys together. Bowser, Ganondorf, Dark Samus, DDD, Dr. Wily, Dr. Robotnik. Let's fucking go. I want another game to acknowledge that his actual name is Ivor Robotnik. Because ironically, it was a strictly regional thing before, and then the adventure games, each one took one half of the equation and cemented that his name is Robotnik, but the nickname, like the name that he goes by, is Eggman. I think in some ways, the part that makes it the most confusing or the most kind of awkward is that he is Dr. Robotnik as a name, but then he doesn't just go by Eggman. He sometimes goes by Dr. Eggman, which I think makes it a tiny bit more confusing. But oh, fuck you! Oh, you little bitch! Yep. He works hard for the money because he's got to pay off his student loans. One relates. Whoa, that was interesting. Every time I hear the ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, my brain goes to... Nowadays, my brain just goes to the, do the Mario. I cannot help it. And it's weird. I haven't watched that show in, like, I don't know, 28 years or some shit. So I don't know why my brain is suddenly... It's very recent of a change. Suddenly, my brain is just in there. Actually, no. I take that back. It doesn't go to do the Mario. Sometimes it does. Where it actually goes to is the Dwayne and Brando Mario rap. I'm just realizing that now as I'm thinking about it. I'm like, wait a second. No. The little rap bit that happens there is not due to Mario. That's Dwayne and Brando. Now known as something else. One of them absconded, shall we say, with a large sum of money that was raised through Kickstarter. I think it was Dwayne. I think Brando is the one who's still around. I may have that backwards. Please don't quote me on that. One of the most awkward public falling outs in the realm of the video game music scene. I legit can't think of one that's more... It would be like if Brentalfloss and why am I struggling to remember his name? Dave. They partnered up on like the Ocarina of Time and Super Mario Land tracks with lyrics way back in the day. But like it would be like if the two of them suddenly had a colossal falling out of nowhere. Bowman? Dave Bowman? Well, I feel so embarrassed that I've forgotten his last name right now. In my defense, I've had about 4 shots of whiskey. You'll see when you actually get around to like when the VOD goes up and the recipe for this. To be fair, I'm not like drunk. I'm tired. Is the main thing. A couple shots of liquid courage is helping, but this is more extended sleep deprivation. Not deprivation. That's wrong. I shouldn't dramatize this. Sleep equals drunk, I've been told. Yeah, it does have a similar effect. It definitely has a very similar... It's weird. It's got elements of it that are very similar and elements that are very different. I feel like the second... For one, as far as differences go, you can get a second wind off of sleep deprivation and like come out of it feeling pretty fucking good for like 8 to 10 hours. Like you can really ride that wave. If you're drunk, that really does not happen. In the best case scenario, you sober up and feel kind of cruddy and tired. You really don't get a second wind immediately after being drunk. It doesn't really work that way, you know. There are some folks who get really energetic when drunk. The Irish drunk, as I am just going to coin it now, shielding myself behind my 10% Irish heritage as an excuse for being able to use that phrase. I feel like I could run that by Ben, and Ben would be like, "Yeah, that's probably about right." Where's Chipsel? Somebody get Chipsel in here. Ask her if that makes sense. There we go. All right. I figure we'll go another 20 minutes. We'll check where we are. And then we will... Well, at that point, we'll probably be in like the mid-90s. If not done. So... we're pretty close there. But yeah, no, like, generally speaking, like, being really sleep deprived does feel a bit like... It feels a bit like being pretty drunk. Man, I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to think how to actually, like, verbalize the differences. Because there are differences. It's a similar general state of mind. Like, you definitely... All right, I shouldn't say you as the general you. I should say me. I definitely feel in both cases like I'm just like, man, I just want everyone to go away. I just want everything to stop. I want to, like, lie down and just be alone in a dark room. I don't even necessarily want to sleep. I just want quiet for a little while. And I think for drunk, that's usually because, like, if I'm sobering up too early, I've definitely noticed for me, if I have a lot to drink too early into, like, a party scenario, and I don't keep that going, which, like, yes, is its own thing. That's maybe not the healthiest way to go about drinking. It's a social thing. We're not exactly partying every weekend. This is like, I don't know, 4 times a year, probably. But if I start drinking too early in the night and then I slow down too much, I definitely feel myself start to sober up. And once you're on that like negative trajectory in terms of drunkenness, for me anyway, I really lose my motivation to get back in the saddle. You know, like I'm not really like, oh man, I'm starting to sober up. I better fucking get 3 more shots in me so I can get back in there. By that point, I'm like, oh, I'm starting to kind of come to. I feel kind of tired. I'm happy my friends are here. I'm going to play some more card games. But I'm not like, oh shit, I got to get fucked up right now. It's more like, oh, I'm going to kind of coast now. The problem comes in if I got drunk enough early in the night, like really drunk, not like, oh, I'm fucking browning out or like embarrassing myself drunk, but just like, you know, if I go too hard too early, I generally have a pretty good constitution for what it's worth. Like Jesus, I'm trying to think the last time I don't think I've puked from drinking since college. It's been at least like 12 years, I think, since the last time I actually got sick from how much I drank. I figured out my limits and paid attention to them. I know the signals at this point, and I know the points where it's like, oh, I should ease up a little bit. I should calm down. I'll drink some water. I'll hang out, have something ready, maybe get a pizza, and then just chill for a bit. I know some folks too who will wake up the next morning and their stomach is so annoyed with them for the night before that they immediately get up and get sick. And then they go about their morning like it's not a huge deal, but like I don't think that's ever happened for me. I've never woken up. I felt gross. I've had some hangovers, obviously. The worst ones are when you have a bad enough hangover that it like you feel it 2 days later. Like you spend your day feeling like shit, you go to bed and you wake up the second day and you're still just like, Jesus, I still feel wiped out and tired and shitty even after going to bed again. But there was a point to that. I'm just realizing how far away from the original topic I've gotten. The worst thing is you get drunk really early and you start to sober up. And so I'm a big fan of like tropical drinks, which is maybe ironic. I feel like most of the drinks that I've made for these streams have tended to be not like harder drinks necessarily, but like whiskey based or gin based or there we go. It's like there we go. Or you know, something like that. I usually go for like rum and vodka-y drinks, stuff with fruit juice. The problem there is that means the drinks are generally very sugary as opposed to very acidy. The one that I made originally for tonight is fairly acidic, and I don't like it as much as I would have liked. It also doesn't look the part as well as I would like. So the version that's going to go up with this VOD is going to be more appropriate for that, and it's going to be a much smoother drink, which I think is good. But I've noticed that if I have too much of a sugary drink, especially if it's like white rum or vodka or something, if I start to sober up, I start to feel the hangover the night of, which that sucks. That just makes it a lot harder to get into the groove for that night, you know? Haven't put alcohol in my body at all whatsoever, which is probably the way to be frank. You know, alcohol is in many ways a social lubricant, for lack of a better term. It loosens you up, and it just kind of makes you feel kind of silly and in the moment and jokey. But you do not need booze to have a good time, obviously, especially if you're hanging out with friends or if you're in somewhere where like everyone's kind of in the same zone. I know there's a lot of like I love going to a good sports game now and then, and you can get drinks to while you're there. You don't need them though. You can definitely ride that wave and just go coast off the energy of the stadium. Same thing when you're hanging out with friends. You don't need booze for that. I definitely I hang out. We used to more frequently. There used to be booze a little bit more during D-pad recordings. I wouldn't say it was like a lot. I think during Resident Evil in particular, usually we'd all just kind of like make a drink and just kind of go off of that. It's more just kind of like it simultaneously takes some of the edge off of getting into performance mode, But in some ways, it also, like, it's weird. I could see an argument for, like, oh, it's loosening you up so you're not as nervous about the scary stuff. But at the same time, I think being in a slightly... It's going to sound like the wrong word, but, like, compromised, like, I guess, mental faculty-wise compromised sort of scenario makes you feel a little bit more anxious. Like, you're not drunk. You're not like, oh, my God, this is real. But your brain is, like, starting to make those neural connections to be just like, ooh, but what if it is real kind of thing, which can be kind of fun. But as much as I would like, as I would at least like to see what's up with it, but in every situation I could, there's also the need to drive myself. Oh, I mean, that's fair too. Yeah, that kind of sucks. That's always a bummer of a situation where you're just like, I would love to, I gotta get out of here. And like, it's one thing if you're like, okay, I'm gonna be at this party for 6 hours. I can have a couple shots now, or I can have like 2 mixed drinks, and then I cut myself off. I drink nothing but water and soda for the next 4 hours, make sure that I'm good and sober before I go home. Whatever. But like, at the same time, I have not had a car in a while after it got totaled upon moving to this town, this whole city. It was actually it was after I moved here. It was 1 month after I moved here. My car got totaled as I was driving into Boston to perform at where did we actually perform? It wasn't at Improv Boston, I don't think. But I parked near Improv Boston. I actually know a couple folks. So, oh man, this is a fun story to get into. I have performed at Improv Boston a couple times. That was a fun thing. Our college comedy troupe had I don't even know how they got associated with him, but I'm friends with him on Twitter still. This guy, Kevin, who used to be involved with the Improv Boston kind of scene, and he came into our college to do kind of like improv tutoring of sorts. Like, he had been at it for a while. He knew his stuff. He was at Improv Boston, and he helped organize events there. And he was hilarious. And there was a direction I was going with this. Oh no. So every year, basically, a bunch of college comedy groups would be brought together for a sort of a competition. Essentially, an improv off of sorts. And there were like 2 or 3 days of it, and you would compete against each other. And I think the audience, no, there were judges who would choose who moved on and advanced and all of that stuff. So, so these were fun times. Actually, the 5th, I think it might have been 6th episode of the original D-Pad podcast. This would have been just barely before Sonic Week. This would have been like mid-May 2011. Was actually recorded live at Improv Boston at an event where they were looking for comedy acts. So we were like, we do a video, like I talked with Kevin. I was like, okay, so we do a video game podcast, and we definitely like shoot the shit and talk jokes, and we can do some like crowd work and stuff, work that into there too. We did it. It was okay. I think we could have used a bit more preparation. It wasn't as good as it could have been. I would have loved to try it again. Maybe down the line we can. Obviously this was more than a decade ago. The Improv Boston scene has changed quite a bit. So the other fun story, this one feels like in any other circumstance, this would be like, oh no, Rick is doing name dropping now. Oh, but this is like so embarrassing for me that I don't think that I don't think it falls under the purview of name dropping if it's like, oh, okay. So I actually auditioned for Improv Boston back in, God, it would have been like 2012, 2013, something like that. I think it was after I moved to Somerville. It was around the time that we were doing Unregular Radio, and I had been new enough out of college that I was like, oh man, I'd love to do more improv stuff. Kev's doing his stuff up at Improv Boston. They do auditions. I should try out for it. And thing one, it was terrible. Not Improv Boston, me. I straight up had like the worst. It was the worst improv I had done in years. It was so bad. I felt so embarrassed. Like, I kept up with scenes, but I was introducing like nothing, and I was just like, oh my god, I look like a fucking idiot up here. And the worst thing about it too was like, this wasn't like I was like, oh, I'm flying out to California, trying out, like, auditioning for a thing, and if I fuck it up, I'm just going home, and I'm never gonna see any of these people again. This was like, oh shit, these are people who live around here. I'm definitely gonna run into these people again. I hope no one recognizes me because of how bad I did. It was like, it was the worst comedic performance I had put on since my first stand-up comedy set. That one was also bad. Thankfully, there's no record of that. It was so stupid and bad. But what was interesting, and is the kind of name-droppy bit of this, is there was one person who was there who I was like, damn, this guy is really fucking good. He's really fucking good. I don't think I don't remember having any scenes with him. I don't think we actually had any scenes during our thing, and I was very glad for that because I was like, "Fuck, this guy's gonna run circles around me." Not like it's a competition. To be clear, if you're doing improv auditions, generally speaking, the improv troupe is almost certainly not looking for a specific number of people. Most improv groups that I've been in and spoken with in the past, the numbers aren't important. They really don't care. Like, they want a minimum, but they don't have a maximum generally. They're not like, we're looking for one person to, like, if that was the case, then yeah, people would sabotage the shit out of each other just to get in there. Not the case with Improv Boston. Like, they were happy to have whoever. But this guy that I was in our group was in like our group of like, I don't know, a dozen people. It was a very small, there were multiple audition groups, but our group was like a dozen people. And I was like, shit, this guy's fucking good. And eventually I found out that he got a call back, and I was happy for him. He did great. I did not get a call back, and I was like, understandable. Got it. That's totally fair. And then one of my favorite YouTube videos, it's maybe the best episode of the entire thing, but if you're familiar with College Humor and Dropout TV, they have a series called Breaking News Network, aka Don't Laugh News or whatever. Breaking News Network is easily the best name for that. It's such a fucking good pun. I love it. And it's an episode where Grant O'Brien is so essentially, if you're not familiar with Breaking News is a game / series from College Humor and Dropout TV where you have 4 newscasters who are reading off a teleprompter and delivering news. 2 of them are anchors. One of them is usually sports adjacent. One of them is usually weather adjacent, but they do weird shit with that all the time. The trick is they don't know what's on the what's coming up on the teleprompter until they see it. And they have to not laugh under any circumstances, or they get docked a point. Whoever has the lowest points at the end of the video, at the end of the episode, is the loser for that episode. And in recent years, the loser has had to do a thing where it's like, oh, and as a result, you have to name 10 more things that Grant O'Brien refuses to eat or whatever. This particular episode, this is so many degrees of separation away at this point, but it's still funny to me. This episode was written by one of the guys from Britannic, the comedy group, who I think was Nick from Britannic, who is childhood friends, I think, or maybe like high school or college friends with Grant O'Brien. And they stayed friends with him throughout. What's funny is, well, anyway, so the episode was essentially real facts about Grant Anthony O'Brien. I think Anthony is his middle name. And it was all excruciatingly embarrassing shit, including like bad headshot photos, a naked picture of him, a sketch from a terrible sketch comedy group he was in. All of this awful, awful shit. And while watching this and laughing my fucking ass off, I recognized a name, and it turned out that Teo Yang, who was with me in those auditions, went on to be an extremely funny college humor, dropout TV, like, sketch writer and comedian. And I was like, holy shit, he fucking made it. That's awesome. So yeah, that's my silly ass name drop. Is I was in an improv troupe audition with Teo Yang, and he got a call back, which he absolutely deserved, and I did not get called back, and absolutely did not deserve to get called back. Highly recommend Breaking News Network / Don't Laugh News. I don't remember the official name of the series because Breaking News Network is so much better of a name. But yeah, True Facts about Grant Anthony O'Brien is by far like the crown jewel of that entire series, and Teo Yang is one of the reporters for that. Long diversion of a story, but that was just like a fun thing to walk back through. Hey, boom, perfect fucking timing. There we go. Smash Coins trophy. Boom, there it goes. There we go. Trophies. Lottery. Let's see what we got here. 23? Okay. All right, we're down to 18 trophies, 13 of which we got to get through these means, essentially. That is it for coin battles. That's it for coin battles. From now on, the remaining versus battles we have to do are essentially going to be one-stock battles where I play as Captain Falcon and kill myself over and over again. Oh, God. Hey, Pokemon. That's the worst angle they could have possibly done that at. Pokemon Stadium. Okay, so... Ooh. Okay, hang on a second. Let me see something here. Maybe this is changing. Man. So I was doing the odds because I'm like, ooh, actually, these are jumping by kind of a lot. And they technically are. To be fair, they are actually jumping by kind of a lot. But I was like, ooh, 13 points. So they're literally jumping by 5%, which is hilarious to me that that's... Like, clearly the answer is... So I thought that I thought this was programmed a little bit differently. So granted, comparing 1 to 2, 1 coin is better than 2. To start with. Doing this twice is essentially equivalent to 16.6% odds. Doing it 3 times is equivalent to 23.9. What about 10? 10... So doing a single coin 10 times is equivalent to about 59.8%. It's just barely better odds to be doing it one at a time. Now granted, hang on. This is actually better odds. Doing one coin 16 times is the same as 76.7% odds. So there is a sweet spot in here somewhere. And it's below this. So 10 is 59.75%. 11 is 63.3%. 12 is 66 and change. What's 14? 14 is 72%. So what's 13? It's going to be very close at 13. 13 is 69.37%. So actually, once we get to 14, we're actually better off just going fucking apeshit on it. Like, on the one hand, man, it's tough. I guess mathematically speaking, okay, the other trick is, and yeah, no, honestly, we're probably better off just going for, essentially just doing a big dump at once. What I'd be curious about is, what are the odds of landing it twice with one coin versus some of these? Because, like, these are better odds, but you only get one. I know that there's a good amount, like, a bunch of speedrunners kind of pick a percentage and go, as long as it's above blank percent, then I'll go for it. Like, 50%, ironically, I'm like, oh, 50% seems fine, but this is still worse odds than just rolling once 10 times. So, I guess, should I go for 14? Because 14, this is better odds. By not much, but it is better odds. I hate math sometimes. Because this one bothers me. Actually, this one bothers me. Because if I do this right now, it's like just barely below a 1 in 2 chance. Just barely below a coin flip that I get something that I want. But if I do one coin 9 times, it's 56%. This is arguably among the spots where it's the most different. That's so annoying. I like, statistics are already something I have to kind of like flex my brain a little bit to like get my head around sometimes. Going like 2-dimensionally with it is like so much fucking harder to do at one moment. All right, there's like what, 4 of you in chat right now. Everyone give me a number right now, and I will average those numbers out, and I will go with that. Number from 1 to 16. 1 to 16. If you vote anything above 16, I'm going to consider it a 16. All right, Golux. I think you're the last one standing. At least out of the folks who are, like, super actively chatting right now. There may be some other folks who are just kind of idling, which is fine. Please do not feel pressure to anybody. Do not feel like anyone has to jump in. 15, 12, 13, and 10. So that is 50 divided by 4 is 12.5. Give me an up or a down. Everyone give me an up or a down, and we'll go from there. Down. Up, up. It's all on you, Golux. I keep saying Golux. It's Golux, right? Like we actually I think talked about this once on your podcast. My brain just goes to Golux because, like, I see the go first and Lux is its own thing. So up, so we'll go 13. Here we go, ladies and gents. Fuck. Oh, no. Hey, Pidgeot! Boom! There we go. This is also one of the rare moments where we're going to have an empty row on the bottom there. I'm right? And that once we get to 5% odds, if we ever do, then putting in extra coins literally doesn't matter. Sorta, kinda. That's not exactly how it works. So, how to explain this? So it's not it's not addition for starters, but like, so the secret, I guess, to statistics is that nearly always when you see the odds of something happening, you don't care what that is. What you care about are the odds of it not happening. So the trick there is, like, we have an 8% chance of this happening. Like, we don't have any coins. But if we did, on one coin, we have an 8% chance of getting what we want. If we do that twice, we don't have a 16% chance of that happening. We have a little bit less. And the way that you calculate that is you multiply, essentially, the odds of it not happening once by the odds of it not happening again, and then you take the opposite of that. Because essentially it's like, okay, if it doesn't happen over 2 rolls, any other circumstance, the opposite of that means that we at least got something. So you'd take 92% times 92%, and that number is going to give you a little less than 16% ultimately. So for example, once we get to 5%, we are going to want... it won't immediately be better. It'll still be better to do 1... Oh, boy. Yeah, it'll still be better to do... No, at that point it will be better to do more coins pretty much the whole way up. And each adds 5, then each adds... will always be better. Yes, yes. So if you have a 5% chance of it happening once, and you do that twice, that's less good than a 10% chance for twice the cost. The odds of it happening over the course of 2 individual coins is exactly 9.75%. So if we get that down to 5%, or very close to it, then essentially the more coins, the better at that point. We will have to pick an upper bound, probably, on how many coins or what percentage we want to be willing to do there, but let's do a little more of this on our way out, and then that's probably going to be it for tonight. We've been here for about 4 hours. We've been making good progress, but, like, fuck. The no damage clear is, like, the biggest pain in the ass. Oh, that works. That'll do. Whoop. Mario! It is so funny to me that Mario has this fucking stage as his, like, home stage. It feels so wrong for Mario for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's because, like, they wanted to give Peach Peach's castle. And then they were like, oh, shit, what do we get to Mario?
Ready, go!
And that's what they wound up with. I don't know. Ha! Little cloaking device. All right. It is a Mario stage. Just something about it feels kind of wrong for Mario himself. I don't know why. It just feels off. I don't know. Bowser would make sense on an airship. That's a very good point. I'm trying to remember. Bowser is... what? Final Destination? No, Roy gets Final Destination. What the fuck does Bowser get?
Ready,
Bowser's Yoshi's Island. Yeah. Because Yoshi gets Yoshi's Story, right? No, there is no Mario 3 one. That is Yoshi's Island, I think. Fuck. I took damage by being off screen. Sorry, yes, Yoshi's Island the location, not Yoshi's Island the game. That is a fair distinction to make. Yes, Yoshi's Island the location from Super Mario World, not Yoshi's Island the game, Yoshi's Island Super Mario World 2, which takes place on Yoshi's Island. Yes. I miss Saffron City. I'm trying to remember, Saffron City did not come back for Ultimate, right? That's one of the few that didn't come back. Yeah, spinny blocks are Mario World. Mario 3 is mostly destructible blocks. Did it come back for Ultimate? I thought that it didn't. Smash 64 Yoshi's Island in Ultimate, but left the Melee and Brawl Yoshi's Island with the same name. Yeah, honestly, they should have just, at that point, called them all Yoshi's Island. What did they call Smash 64 Yoshi's Island? I don't remember what they named it at that point. Saffron is the one from Smash 64. It did come back? I do not even remember that. Super Happy Tree. Ugh, yeah. They should have just called it Yoshi's Story at that point. Because, like, that's what it is, you know? Super Happy Tree is, like, awkward. That's a bizarre name for that. Yeah, Sector Z is functionally just Corneria. Like, if anything, it feels kind of weird. It feels kind of weird to, especially now that Yoshi's Island has been renamed to Super Happy Tree. Oh, fuck you. I knew that was going to happen. Especially since Yoshi's Island got renamed to Super Happy Tree, it may as well just... Oh, I guess that's true. That's a good point. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. It may as well just be considered a rename of Great Fox. Or Sector Z or whatever the fuck it was. The difference is very minimal. It's just an active version of the Great Fox as opposed to an inactive version from Sector Z. Was Sector Z bigger? I don't remember. Yeah, most of them have a pretty decent reason. I think, honestly, the one that's got the least reason is probably Poke Floats. There's not, like, a real reason at this point that can't come back. I think that one feels kind of silly to be gone. The rest all have pretty reasonable justifications. A few of them as, like, 3D, as, like, the layered stages or... Oh, yeah, the Miiverse stage. 8 players on Poke Floats. Yeah, I mean... I don't know. I'm not sure I necessarily buy that. I would buy that for the Wii, for, like, Smash 4. I don't know that I'd buy that for Smash Ultimate, but... Well, yeah, people being annoyed at the stage, I guess. But, like, if they're going to do a version of the game that's bringing everyone together, why not bring all the stages together, too, you know? Pac Maze. Oh, boy, yeah. That was a 3DS stage, wasn't it? I don't remember that one very well, and I think that's because it was a 3DS stage. I don't know. I would be surprised if the Switch couldn't handle 8 players with you know, the layered stages. That feels like, I don't know. They brought back the Ice Climbers, and that was like one of their big... Fuck. God damn it. I'm going to go for a little bit longer. I want to take a couple more attempts at this, but... Every person had their own points and power-ups on their... Yeah, I guess it's fair. That's true. That one's a little bit tricky. They would have to have figured out an alternate way of making that work, but... Ready? Go! There we go. What's most likely going to happen here, assuming I don't magically get this here, is in the next stream I'm probably going to start doing some of the one-player stuff. Like the very hard and hard mode things, try to get into that a little bit more. Actually, no, I did say that the next one was probably going to be the Captain Falcon one, so maybe not. I'll probably do Captain Falcon, death runs, and then break it up every half hour or so with another couple runs of this. And if I don't know, if I manage to get this tonight, then we'll just break that up with. We'll just break that up with some other stuff, with some adventure mode runs or something. Ganondorf and Mario. That's an interesting combo. It's going to be Brinstar Depths, right? Yeah. There we go. Okay. Okay. Bowser and Ice Climbers.
Ready?
I mean, that works. No complaints here. I was going to grab that Pokeball, but that's fine. Donkey Kong and Link. All right.
Ready?
Ooh, that was a little close. All right. Are we into the threes or we got one more two? Fox, Doc, and Samus. Ooh, this is going to get a little rough. Come on down. All right. 3 more to go. And then Game & Watch. Holy shit. All right. Pichu, Falcon, and Mewtwo. It's going to be... Ooh. Don't love this. No. Oh, God. Don't like this at all. Oh. Okay. That was a little nerve-wracking. 2 more. 2 more. Game & Watch. Peach, Falco, Marth. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Let's buy some time. Okay. Shit. Gotta be done this fast. No, get down here. Get down here. Okay, that works. I was like, please don't let me get fucking shot in the middle of this. One more. And then I get to lose against Mr. Game & Watch, but at least I'll have gotten there. Zelda, Jigglypuff, Kirby. No! Well, that's it for tonight, I guess. Oh, that fucking sucks. Oh. I'm pretty sure that's the furthest I've gotten, too. I think that's the furthest I've gotten. Oh, God. It was close. My first try, I got quite close to that as well. I don't think I got to the last triple match, but I got close. I got into the triple matches for sure. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. We got some progress. We didn't get some. We got a lot of progress. We're down to 16 trophies left to go. We have one bonus left to go, and it's our no damage run that we're going to keep pushing against. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages left to go, most of which are going to just kind of occur as we do other stuff. And then we're done. That's it. We're doing pretty good. I don't think next stream will be the last one, but my hope is that we will be able to finish this before the end of the year. I'm expecting to have a stream next week. I am expecting to have a stream the week after that. And then we'll see what happens. I may take the week after Christmas off if we get through that. But we'll see. As for stuff that's coming up, this Sunday I think is going to be another Neverwinter Night stream. Monday, I think Dave is going to be streaming something. I don't know if he finished. Excuse me, my goodness. I don't know if he finished. Oh my God, why is my brain? Zone of the Enders, the second run of Mars. I don't know if he actually finished that. So either there'll be more of that or there'll be another thing. It was finished. Okay, so there'll be probably another thing on Monday. Yes, Tuesday, I'm going to be getting back into Pokemon Violet. Wednesday, there will be something. Not in Indo Way of the Ninja. Jeff is moving on from that for the time being. And then Thursday, we'll be back for more of this. We will be starting at least by getting into the versus mode stuff to get through that as quick as we can. There's a decent chance that if we are able to get those matches done within a couple seconds apiece, that we'll be able to just... because we can choose... The thing that'll speed it up quite a bit is changing our random stage selection to ones where I can dive quickly. And then, yeah, we'll be flying through that. It might be a couple, like 2-ish hours, maybe a little bit more than that to get through the remaining versus modes, because yeah, we've done 320 versus matches. We have 680 to go. So if each one is about 5 minutes, we're talking 3,400. Sorry, if each one is 5 seconds, that'll be 3,400 seconds, which is a little under 1 hour. I assume it'll be more than 5 seconds. It'll be more like, 10 or 15 per thing. But the point being, it'll be somewhere in that 2-ish, 3-ish hour zone. And then with whatever time we have left, I'm going to get into those one-player things as best we can. Hopefully, we will also be able to get some more trophies. Though, to be fair, the Captain Falcon dives are not going to get us many coins. So we may not have a whole lot of trophy hunting to do at that point. That's all that I got for tonight. It's been a good ride. We're going to keep on pushing. And we will finish this year. I feel very strongly about that. I have the week off after Christmas, so I may start very early on Thursday to be absolutely sure. The Thursday, what day would that be? The 29th, probably? To be absolutely sure that we finish this year. But thank you guys very much for hanging out. I'm going to go crash. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. Bye.